Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 9:07 a.m. I am Chair of this committee, Yukile Sugimura, and I'd like to welcome all of you, all the members, for being here. It was a long night last night, and appreciate you being here bright and early. We have a lot of work to do, and appreciate your commitment to our community and our people. So this meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law, and as a reminder, when your name is called, if you're not in the council chambers, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today, and minors do not need to be identified. Today, I'd like to welcome Vice Chair Kama.
Good morning, Chair, and aloha kakahiaka to everyone else. And I'm going to wait for Chair Lee for the morning greeting.
No,
Chair Lee.
I really don't have one, but happy butter rolls, everyone.
Okay, that's in Akakulanis because Member Rollins Fernandez gave us all butter rolls as she welcomed us today. Member Paulton, is she excused? We don't see her, yeah?
Yes, sure. We don't see Councilmember Paulton online currently.
Okay. All right. And next we have Member Johnson. Good morning, butter roll.
Okay, we're getting a little loopy with these long hours.
Yeah.
Good morning, Chair, council members, committee members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm here and ready to work. Mahalo.
All right. Very good. And we have the queen of the butter roll this morning, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Oh, is that all I needed to do was bring butter rolls and now I'm the queen? Aloha kakahiaka kako. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Happy butter rolls to all. I slaved in the kitchen all morning on it, baking all that love and happiness in there for a wonderful day today. Mahalo, Chair.
Yeah, we're so fortunate that you're close by. Is it 4 or 3 Sisters Bakery? No, it's 3. Okay. Anyway, Member Cook.
Aloha, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy to be here. Looking forward to today's work.
Yeah.
And there's currently no testifiers in the Key Regional Office, but there's staffs on standby.
Okay. Very good. Member Hodgins.
Good morning. Happy butter roll day.
Member Sinensi.
Hey, aloha kakaiaka kako mai maui ikina. I'm here. I drove home this morning with the rising sun. O pukai kala. I'm here at the Hana District Office, and I'm here with District Staff members Don Lono and Mavis Medeiros.
Wow. Amazing. People from Hana drive the road like it's around the corner. So thank you very much for your commitment to our community and all that you do, Member Sinensi. From the Office of the Mayor, thank you very much. We have Director Milner, who has been on our side and was here with us late last night till almost like 9. So thank you very much, Director Milner. Corporation Counsel, we have Christina Toshikio as well as Christy Wiggleworth. Thank you also. Committee staff, we have Pauline Martins, Kirsten Zabel, Legislative Analyst, James Kruger, Senior Legislative Analyst, Jarrett Pasquale, Legislative Analyst, Clarissa McDonald, Legislative Analyst, Peter Hanano, Legislative Attorney, Rochelle Kawasaki, who is our Director of Council Services, and Lei Dineen, Council Services Assistant Clerk. Thank you, everybody. Please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. Thank you, members, for attending today's BFED committee meeting. We have one item on the agenda today, which is BFED 1, proposed fiscal year 26 budget for the County of Maui. We will continue with our deliberations on the fiscal year 26 budget, and we will start our discussion with the director and deputy salaries. Afterwards, we'll begin. I'm going to pause on that. I'll do that after we take testimony. We're going to be dealing with the directors and deputies' salary increases, as we all read in the paper and have been informed of their actions from the mayor's office. the Salary Commission for deputies, directors, and elected officials. Afterwards, we'll begin with the Department of Management and then move on to the Office of the Mayor, Department of Parks and Recreation, Personnel Services, Police, Public Works, and revisit Councilmember Paulton's priority for water supply. We'll see if she comes. If not, we can talk about it with Member U. Hodgins. And then I'll be revisiting Councilmember Kama's priorities as we did not finish them. Before we start a discussion, we will begin taking public testimony, and I think just by looking in the chambers, I can see we have testifiers. So if you are wanting to provide testimony, please sign up with staff, join the meeting online via Teams link, or call in to the phone number noted on today's agenda. Testimony on the budget is not limited to the department scheduled for today. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas as well. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button, or if calling in, please follow the prompts via phone, *5 to raise and lower your hand, and *6 to mute and unmute. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those in Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then call the name you've logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it's your time to testify. At this time, staff will also enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name appears in Microsoft Teams as a name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes per item, and if you're still not complete, I will give you another 30 seconds. Once you're done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can also view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. We will do our best to keep each person up or call up in an orderly fashion. So members, please call the first testifier. Staff.
Thank you, Chair. The first testifier is Tara Murphy, to be followed by Della Peacock.
Good morning.
Good morning. Aloha Kako Council members. My name is Tara Murphy, and I own a small business providing wedding and elopement photography on Maui. I grew up in Haiku and have been deeply involved in the wedding community for the past 10 years. I'm also a board member of the Maui Wedding and Event Association, which we formed last year to unify and be a voice for our industry, promote economic growth through small businesses, while ensuring we operate with pono practices and respect towards Maui's recovery. We currently have over 100 members, including planners, chefs, servers, officiants, musicians, florists, rental companies, entertainers, etc. I wouldn't be surprised if most of you know someone who directly or indirectly works in the wedding or event industry. I am testifying today in support of the mayor's proposed $300,000 to be used to host the Engage Summit next year. Supporting weddings and events promotes the best kind of visitors for Maui County, but not only that, it generates vast amounts of revenue for our island with a ripple effect that is unmatched. Visitors that come to Maui for their wedding are not only high spenders, but they come and leave with a deep respect and love for the island because this is where they got married. After the fires, I personally had many clients ask me where and how to donate their time and money, and many of them did. They learn about traditional practices during their actual wedding ceremony when our local officiants teach them about the true meaning of aloha and share Hawaiian values. These are visitors that get educated in the most meaningful way because it is a part of their story. Weddings and events have a significant economic impact and have been quietly generating incredible revenue for years. A one-week typical family vacation to Maui costs about $10,000, but couples who come to get married spend an average of $50,000 just on their wedding, and usually much more. With their guests and their guests spending, that total can reach $300,000 or more for a one-week stay, compared to $10,000 from the average family. There are often over 10 weddings in one day. These are big numbers. Much of the spending goes towards hotels, which are primary funders of the annual budget through property taxes, as you know. And also majority of it goes to small businesses. 10 years ago, in 2015, Maui County had 6,070 non-resident weddings. Last year, there were only 2,491, a 59% decline in 10 years. This is why we are here. This is why we formed the Wedding and Event Association, and why we are asking for your support to promote weddings and events on Maui. This decline appears to be a direct result from COVID, the fires, and mixed messaging about visiting Maui. The graph, which you guys should have, will show you the number of non-resident weddings on Maui over the past 10 years. As you can see, the numbers have been steadily declining. This decline is having a vast economic impact, but we have a solution. The Engage Summit is the premier luxury wedding and event business conference, which brings together top-tier wedding and event professionals from around the world. Each summit hosts between 350 to 500 attendees, which are made up of elite wedding planners, designers, photographers, and more. Engage has never hosted one of their events in Hawaii. I have more to say, and it'll probably take me 20 seconds.
You know what? We have your testimony.
Okay.
Yeah. And your graph, so thank you for doing this.
Okay.
Members, anybody have questions? Shirley.
We have your testimony. I haven't had time to read it all, but how many of the weddings and guests come from the mainland and versus other countries?
The mainland versus other countries, I would say majority are from the mainland, from the United States, but we do get international, I would say 90%, that's a rough estimate, that come from the United States. Maybe 10% or so are coming from Australia, we get from Japan, we get from, Canada actually a lot. So majority are from the United States, but yeah, we do get international ones as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? I see none. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Della Peacock, to be followed by Douglas Beakley.
Aloha. I'm Della Peacock, owner of Delables Floral Design, and I've been in the floral business here on Maui for 20 years, primarily working in the wedding industry. I'm reaching out not just as a wedding professional, but as a passionate advocate for Maui, a place that has given so many couples the most beautiful day of their lives. Right now, our local wedding industry is struggling. We're not just losing business, we're losing a vital part of what makes Maui so special. The wedding industry has supported my family of 5 for many years. We have also had many students from local middle and high schools here on Maui come through our floral shop. I taught many children the basics of floral design so that when they went off to college or out into the world, they have more opportunities for work and income. We have employed many Maui individuals over the years, including single parents who relied on Delables to support their families. These are just a few of the individuals who make up most of the industry. Many others include floral growers, coordinators, photographers, videographers, musicians, chefs, and many, many more. Maui has long been one of the most sought-after wedding destinations in the world. Our beaches, sunsets, and aloha spirit are unmatched. We have persevered through many challenges, including COVID, during which time we took out a SBA loan to pay all of our employees, our office rent, our vehicle payments, and all other bills that needed to be paid for that year with no income coming in. Then after more recent challenges from the economic ripple effects of the Lahaina wildfires to dramatically reduce marketing budgets, our industry is suffering. We're calling on our community, partners, and anyone who believes in Maui to help us during these difficult times. With your advertising support, we can help rebuild our presence in key wedding markets, tell authentic, heart-centered stories of Maui weddings, attract couples back to our island in a sustainable and respectful way, keep Maui residents employed. This isn't just about weddings, it's about jobs, small businesses, and the heart of our local economy. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have questions? Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning for your testimony, and I just have some clarifying questions. So you mentioned during COVID you had an SBA loan. Did they get forgiven?
No.
Okay. And then my next question is, obviously you're in the florist industry. Where are you buying your flowers from?
I get a lot locally here. I get a lot on the Big Island as
Big
well.
Island.
And then some are, of course, shipped in.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none? Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Douglas Bigley, to be followed by Richard Mitchell.
Hello, my name is Douglas Bigley from Akaikahana, and last night you could imagine that I turned on I was going to watch the video of the BFED yesterday, and to my surprise, it said in progress, which I thought was interesting. It was super late at night.
Yes.
So I said, you know what? So I turned that thing on, and I caught the end of this conversation regarding, Napili. And so I'm just going to make a few very brief comments. I don't know really much about the other projects, so I can't really draw any comparisons to it. I can only, and we support obviously people that are doing affordable because we're doing affordable. So, but on our project, I'm just going to say that we have county-owned land. We are in West Maui, a targeted community. We are avoiding entanglements with the state because we're subdividing 15 acres. We went through the process, and a lot of people say, well, there were a couple comments the other day saying, well, how does Akaikahana get through? We rarely try to fit our projects, push our projects through. What we try to do is figure out what you want and then to kind of deliver what you want rather than, going the other way around. So, and I want to just say one quick thing about the process, and this is my last thing. We're highly dependent on the process because that guides us to the types of projects that we pursue. So if we do kind of get, I'll just say in the term of defunded because of something else, then it's hard for us to predict outcomes. And like I said, if there's more money for that project, I'd be fully supportive of it. I know the people that are doing it. I do know them, and I know they are very good. But I think in this particular instance, I just wanted to say that, obviously we want to hang into our funding. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Chair Lee has a question for you.
Good morning, Mr. Bigley. Just checking on
Good morning.
the status of that project. When do you think that'll be completed and people can move in?
Probably not. Let me just think for 1 second, because it's likely we'll go through 26. Let me think about this. 26, 27, probably 28. 2028, I would think.
And most of that time
If
would
everything
be
holds up.
getting approvals and permits? What?
A good chunk of there's a big permit approval process that goes up front. We are going to go through a 21H, which we have a fast track for that. And then once we do that, when we get to we still have to construct, we have to construct the project and all that. So it's going to be 2028, probably beginning of 2029. It's going to be out there.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
you wouldn't call it shovel ready then?
Well, I'd say it's little shovel ready. It's bigger little shovels. You know, I mean, it's not as clear as people would like to say,
Okay,
If I
thank
had
you.
building permits, I'd be shovel ready. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Member U Hodgins has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bigley. I was also surprised to still be having conversations while you were watching 9 o'clock at night, but, I guess we're all surprised. I appreciate your testimony and thank you for coming because that was kind of my questions, was just regarding the readiness of this project. Not that I don't support it. I think this is great, but I do have a few questions. And I'll save some questions for Director Mitchell because I know he's up next. But part of the description of the funds going to be used is for new construction. But considering you're not probably going to start construction until 2028, that's probably inaccurate. And how much money do you think? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is, and this is what is always the issue, and is that all of the funding is sequential. Like one of the things that's happening in Hawaii is they've made everything sequential rather than concurrent. County has to go first because if I don't have that money, it delays me. It can delay that process for 2 years.
So
because I have to have your funding,
to get
then the state funding
in April.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The awards
that's
come
the problem.
in August. That part I understand. And all of the funding you'll need in February to leverage the state funding to get awarded in August to start construction in 28?
Correct. And because they don't break up their rounds at the state, so every time you pass, it's another, 18 months or whatever it takes you to get there. It's their process. That's because it's sequential. You go first, then they go, then we go.
Okay.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks.
I can this might be a question for you too. Do you folks, I know that it's 4.99, which is, mischievously under the amount we have to go to LUC, so that's good.
Right.
But are you planning on subdividing the parcel and keeping the remainder 35 acres in parks to satisfy the condition which this property was bought?
Yes, that's the plan.
So do you have to get that subdivision before you apply for LIHTC funding, or how does that timing work?
Well, it's a little bit, not before we apply, I don't believe, but we have to have it by the time, obviously, we're ready to build. That's the concurrent process I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because we tend to do everything as much as we can concurrently.
Sure.
See what I'm saying? So
And
we'll be going through those.
What about the EA? How long is that process going to take? Because you were awarded $650 to do the pre-development cost, cultural and impact analysis, the EA, and I'm assuming it says permitting, but I'm assuming it's just like entitlement for permitting. How long is that going to take you? Do you need that before you do your LIHTC funding application in February?
But you lose, what happens is you lose points. You mentioned shovel ready. The closer we get, it's not a threshold issue. We're going to do the fast track to 1H, right? Process.
Yes, that part I understand.
And it's not a threshold issue, but it's a point scoring issue.
For the LIHTC
right?
funding.
So, yeah, and people will go in without it. We're going to, race to get it, but people will go in without it, and then it's just how you score. And everything's a score, right? So the county money's a score and all of that. But if you have a shovel-ready project that's absolutely shovel-ready, then I can understand. What I was saying, I can't speak to where the other project is in a comparative basis because I don't do the scoring. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
So I can't compare. Yeah, that's right. That's what the process is.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Anybody else have questions for Mr. Bigley? Okay, so I have one. So I think the discussion on the floor, I hope you heard it. It wasn't to delete you from the Affordable Housing Fund, but we're trying to figure out if there's a way of maybe using some of your funds, because I don't think you're going to need $12.5 1.4 million from July 1. It doesn't sound like it, that you have a ways to go. So that's what we were trying to figure out. It was not deleting you because of that, but I will tell you that I think this is a chunk of money that you're going to be using over time, but come July 1, you know, it's not going to be used all at once. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's what
But
we were talking
like I
about.
said, the only thing I'm focused on is the fact that you are right, but the problem is the delay that that I have to encounter if I'm not ready to apply.
Okay.
Because I'll be delayed another year.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Mr. Bigley, there is something that the department has to do in order for you to legally use this land. As you know, it was bought with open space funds, and the department has prematurely, to me, allowed you to get $650,000 from the county to do work on this parcel that is still not in its right. It's still an open space. So there's some things that the department needs to support you with and take action. We are creating a bill so this never happens again, the department then reacts accurately and correctly in terms of use of land before they give it over to a developer to build. But that's really not your problem, but I see that as another delay for this project where that has to happen before you can do what you're saying and so you can charge forward. So, all right, anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Bigley. Mahalo for your testimony this morning. I think I understood you earlier saying that, because what the proposal was last night was to remove all the $12 million and put it toward a different project, which would defund the project. So by doing that, did I understand you correctly in saying that it could potentially delay the project by 2 years?
Correct, because we'd have the same problem as some of your other projects are having without your funding. So when February 2026 rolls around, I can't get my state money anymore, because I don't have this funding in place. That's all I'm saying,
Yeah.
So it's a sequential event. And I understand what the chair was saying, but that's kind of the systemic problem in Hawaii is that everybody waits for the other guy to go first and then nobody goes. So we wait, and we're not very patient. I think we've proven that. And I apologize to this entire council for that because we're not very patient people. We try to get it done. So our best shot is moving forward,
Mahalo, and I appreciate that not being very patient because we've seen in my time on the council multiple projects being built in that time, and that's just unprecedented as far as I've seen. So mahalo for your work. And Member Paulton is not here to ask you questions and defend the project because that land was bought with open space before the fire and it was meant to be a park. But many people now need homes, and the county is changing its priorities in the way that our community needs us to move as quickly as possible. And so I just want to mahalo you for your patience with us. And in the words of Member Paulton, we shouldn't be monkeying around with this. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, Chair Lee, then Member U Hodgins. Oh, you don't? Okay, Chair Lee.
Okay, Mr. Bigley, I'm just trying to think of other alternatives. Not that we're going to remove the money, but just other alternatives. Is it necessary to have cash, or can we bond most of that project? So in other words, the bond is a commitment by the county to support that project financially for X number of dollars. So we don't hold hostage the cash to that project for however long it takes. So but the bond would be our commitment. and that's good. It is good as cash. Would that be acceptable?
I, can't answer as definitively as I'd like to. I suspect it would carry weight with the state. That's the arbiter of that. That would be, some of the cash. I won't get into that because it gets complicated. But yeah, I think it would work, but it's a state is the arbiter of that. And I think it sounds like it would, as long as we have that commitment.
I think most, if not all of us, would love to support that project, your project. The second thing is this permanent housing?
Permanent in, you own the land, so it's leased. It's rental.
Versus interim housing.
Oh, no, it's permanent.
Permanent housing. Okay.
We're in the permanent business, yeah. And also, we are going to pursue the funding because it wasn't our original approach. Now that the state is entertaining above 80%, a portion of that project may also be above that 80% threshold.
Now, the reason why I'm asking that question is because we were told that there's no water for permanent housing, just interim housing. So anyway, thank you very much for your responses.
You're welcome.
Okay, I guess we'll have a lot of questions for the next testifier. Oh, sorry, Member Cook.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bigley. Very supportive of the project. The challenge, and I think you recognize this, I just wanted to voice it. The challenge that we have as far as the council is basically tying up capital. You want capital to be working. And I understand you need the funds in play to basically satisfy the state and move through this sequentially deal. If there's a project that is, quote, shovel ready and doesn't have the other obstacles to basically be able to use capital to enable that to happen, is trying what we're trying to do. Not trying to undermine or not support your project, but just trying to utilize the resources and not have them set aside for a year or two. So if we can find a creative way to satisfy your needs and free up some of the funds is the goal and objective. Your project is very supportive. What you're doing in West Maui is very respected and appreciated. So I just wanted to read that to you, that there's no lack of support for your organization and what you've done for the community.
Thank you.
I just want to concur with you that I understand exactly what you just said, because we're in this business and we know keeping capital moving is key. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. Any other questions for the testifier? All right, seeing none. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Richard Mitchell, to be followed by Samalu Mataafa.
Good morning, Director.
Good morning, Chair Sugimura and council members. Thank you. Oh, happy Butter Roll Day, is it?
We have some for you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the administration's #1 priority and the department's mission. I'm going to discuss our process to start, and then the particulars of this particular solicitation, Deputy Director Mataafa will address. And so, council willing, committee willing, if we could testify back to back so you get the full testimony, then we can field questions. One of my #1 priorities, and my urgent priorities when we took over in July 1 of last year, was to reinvigorate the department's process, and quite frankly, to reclaim some trust with the council in reinvigorating an RFP process where we sought solicitations from individuals who wanted monies from the Affordable Housing Fund. We put together what I consider to be an unimpeachable review committee. It didn't include anyone in the department. It included a former administrator. It included senior level individuals in other county departments, a developer, and individuals in the administration. They reviewed all 19 applications under our scoring criteria, which included readiness, experience, the community need, i.e. the AMI level of the projects they're proposing, and the affordability periods, in addition to whether they were leveraging the county monies to get other monies. We went through that process and selected 12 projects out of the 19 that were included in our budget and sent that to the mayor's office. That was before the certified payrolls were received, real estate taxes were received. And then that was what was included in the mayor's budget that the council saw. So with respect to the LaPoa project, the administration is supportive of all affordable housing projects, and this one as well. But we'd like to maintain the integrity of the process. This particular project did not score well in the AMI leveraging aspects, and that dragged its points down. But nonetheless, it is a project that is worth considering funding, and it's within the council's discretion to decide how to do that. And with your grace, I'd like to, if you're willing, allow Deputy Director Mata'afa to add a little color commentary to our process.
Tag team, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Then the members will probably have a lot of questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the council, for allowing both Director Mitchell and myself to testify today. I just wanted to supplement Director Mitchell's testimony and kind of go over the process and reestablishing the Affordable Housing Fund for FY 2026. So in October of last year, our department, our hardworking staff, put together a request for applications, which solicits the bids that you see before you today, many that you see before you today. The applicants had about a month to put a proposal together, and we closed that process in November of last year. Once we closed that process, we assembled all those applications back to back, and we had 18 of them. And we asked that independent, we had 19, but we had to disqualify one right off the bat because it did come in late. We put 18 proposals together, and we asked independent review committee to look at those. And so that independent review committee had five weeks to look at those, every single one of those proposals before they came up with their own independent scoring on what they thought. And at the end of that 6 weeks, at the end of the 5th week, we combined all the scores, and then our staff, they prioritized them as far as the ranking goes. And so what was submitted to the mayor's office was that full list with all the projects totally ranked. And we submitted that to them around January. And then as Director Mitchell alluded to, we were waiting for the real property taxes, the projected real property tax revenues to come in before we were able to determine which projects got funded. So that's kind of how we approached this process and to reestablish the trust with the Affordable Housing Fund. And I can answer any other questions that you might have relating to that process. And I can attempt to answer any questions relating to specific projects too, if you have them.
Okay, so you're done. Because I know we all gonna have questions.
Yeah.
So members, kind of unusual, but can we limit this to like one question each and, well, let's just try this. All right, Chair Lee, then Member Kama, Johnson. Rollins,
Morning,
Fernandez.
gentlemen.
We'll just go down the road.
I have millions of questions, but since we only can ask one, my question is, did you not anticipate the council adding projects to the Affordable Housing Fund? In other words, you give us a proposed budget that allows for $900,000 when we are working on affordable housing projects as well. So wouldn't you think, as leaders of the housing department, that you should anticipate that and figure out ways to increase the fund? Increase the fund. And as an example, by raising the percentage on the real property taxes is one, and as if you heard me speak earlier, let's say putting a bond on the Napili project, which I found out can be done. So really releasing cash for other projects. Because think about what you're doing, okay? You finish your part of the budget probably in December or January. And this is all months later, things change. So Anyway, do you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Chair Sugimura, and thank you, Chair Lee. The answer to your question is twofold. Yes. Our operating approach is that once this gets to council, the council is going to make its choices, and we understand the council's discretion. In response to your second question, the answer is also yes. I, in particular, have suggested several times that there are opportunities to reduce commodification of our county's housing markets, and stated unequivocally that one can look at ways to adjust the taxation rates, which in turn would affect the funds that you could place in the Affordable Housing Fund. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, very good. Member Kama, you have a question?
I just want to ask a member, good grief, director. I only get one shot at this, so. So there was a project that wasn't put onto your approval list, but I made that my priority. So it was a big ask, and I think that's one of the reasons why they were denied, but also that they didn't come with any leveraging. I think that was another thing too. But nonetheless, they came yesterday and testified to all of us that they were shovel ready. And so to me, shovel ready means if I give you the money tomorrow, you're going to go out and go turn the dirt, right? Yeah, that's what it meant. So my question to you, Director or Deputy, is what is your comments regarding that?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member Kama. We're going to tag team this question. I'll take the first part.
Okay, thank you.
Director Mataafa will take the second part. The first part was the reference to the big ask. The size of the request was not part of our scoring criteria. However, I have said it was a significant ask that would have had a material impact on the monies in the fund and the ability to fund other projects. But the size of the ask was not part of the scoring criteria. The second part of my response is that it was a grant request, not a loan request. And so I'm telegraphing now that we're going to prepare the next round of RFPs where we're going to be seeking loan requests, not grant requests that deplete the fund. We want this to be circular. So that wasn't part of the scoring criteria, but it was something we noticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember Kama, for that question. And like we mentioned earlier, Remy, Director Mitchell, and I myself weren't part of the scoring process. So when we went back and looked at what the scoring committee did yesterday with the Lipoa project, and we started looking at how the committee scored, what we noticed is they didn't score high enough on the community need because of the affordability period. And they also didn't get as many points for targeting the specific AMIs that are lower than 100% AMI, which the other projects did. And then, as he also mentioned, the leveraging part is another area where they didn't score as high as other projects. And they did score high, but the other projects scored a little bit above them in that sequence. So.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director and Deputy.
Okay. Member Halton is not here yet. All right. Member Johnson, then Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Lee mentioned a little bit about why can't we use the affordable housing to pay off bonds for the affordable housing projects, so you have a bit more of you can stretch that money. Is that across the board you guys consider that, or you didn't consider that at all?
Thank you for the chair question, Member Sugimura, and thank you for the question, Member Johnson. Sorry, I'm a little tired here. We didn't approach the solicitation, evaluation process, and the submission process by including that some projects should be funded through bonds. That wasn't part of our process. That is an option, but that wasn't part of the process.
Okay. Did you encourage the mayor to increase the affordable housing fund so that there's room for us to put in some projects as well? Or just did you encourage the mayor to increase the affordable housing fund? As we know, we're running out. I mean, what is there, $900,000 left in that fund?
Thank you, Chair, for the question, and Member Johnson. We did not directly request of the mayor that the fund be increased. We left that, as it should be, in my opinion, within the mayor's discretion.
So at that, I mean, you understand now we're kind of stuck in a pickle. Like, we see projects that we want to kind of push forward, but we can't push them forward without the administration's support. Quite often, we don't want to put money in there that you guys don't agree and don't spend it, right? That's the issue we have. We want those monies to be spent, but we also want to hear from you guys that you're going to move that money forward.
Thank you for the question, Chair Sugimura and Member Johnson. What you'll see in the budget, Member Johnson, is that there are projects that were part of the RFP process that we have itemized, and there are other projects that are line item grant funded projects.
Right.
And so if that is the wish of the body, even though it's coming from the general fund, that approach allows us, both come from the general fund, that approach allows us to maintain this reinvigorated integrity of the process we're trying to reinstitute, so that we're not setting up a process where folks can just not apply to the Affordable Housing Fund process and say, well, we're going to get money anyway. We're just going to bypass that. But either way, it's always within the council's discretion.
Okay, that's a key point. You mentioned the process. Okay. We don't have a say of that process until now. So you mentioned the independent review committee. I have no clue what they did. I have no clue what they supported until now. Then we start hearing it, right? So when we're trying to advocate for housing in our communities, I feel like we're left out of that process. So then then we get in this same issue where, like, we want to push forward this project, but you guys didn't score it that high. And then I feel like, well, if you guys aren't on board, then we're spinning our wheels. And every community has very important needs. West Maui is like the big need here. So I'm really surprised that some of these projects weren't really all, I mean, you know, there's a couple projects we were just talking about yesterday about West Maui. So where's our role in it besides just writing a check? That's the concern that I think I have.
Chair, I hope I get multiple questions too.
Yeah. I'm waiting for a bell.
Thank you, Chair, and Member Johnson, for that question. We are acutely aware of the committee's concern, the council's concern, and just yesterday we discussed how to address this concern. While during the department's presentation we focused on operational issues, that could have been an opportunity to also discuss the Affordable Housing Fund. But for next year's go-around, I think we'll take the lead in instigating that discussion so that the council is more involved.
Okay.
When we sent out the letters to those who were included in our budget, in the mayor's budget, that they were included, we also were very clear in that communication to them that they should be prepared to testify, to explain their project. So we've attempted to include it in part of the budget process, but we'll, I think, be a little more on the advocacy side to encourage everyone to discuss when the department comes before BFED next go-around, to ensure that the council is actually asking the questions on the Affordable Housing Fund side as well as the operational side. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Chair, may I ask what the request was of us? Is there a timer, or did you ask us to ask one question?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. Shall I time this? I know this is going to be long.
I appreciated the one question.
Okay.
And I appreciate process.
Go for it.
And following it. Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Director Mitchell.
Aloha, Member Roz Fernandez.
Mahalo for your time this morning and answering our multiple questions. Last year, council members criticized the former housing director for not appropriately responding to the new need of housing being built in a specific geographic area as one of the scoring criteria, as you may remember. One of the selected project in the Affordable Housing Fund is in the area of the most need, West Maui. And the other project is in South Maui, where there is more housing available. As I just stated, I am a process person. I appreciate the process. I appreciate process to ensure fairness, and I support the department's return to, following a fair process. And, having the group and naming some of the background tells me that there was an attempt to depoliticize this process. So that, was it the intention to not make it so that whoever is able to lobby the council members the best without having the context of the 17 other projects that were submitted, that submitted their application on time? Is that part of the intention of this process?
Thank you for the question, Chair and Member Rollins-Fernandez. And I got so caught up in the persuasion of your question that I actually missed the question. It was very effective, but could you repeat the question for me, please? Just the question part.
Just the question, yeah.
Is the intention of this process to depoliticize the selection of projects that are chosen and conditioned under the Affordable Housing Fund?
Thank you for the question, Member Rollins-Fernandez. Yes, not only depoliticize it from the department's perspective, but make sure that the council understand that the leadership of the department is not playing favorites. If that's what you mean by politics, yes. I was really clear that we need to reestablish integrity and trust with the council, and that's why we put the process in place. So now what I'm saying is we're supportive, and the administration is supportive of affordable housing, but we'd like to make sure we're all clear that we're trying to create a process that is unimpeachable. Thank you.
Mahalo for that. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, Member Cook.
Whoop. I'm not gonna.
All the attention.
Okay. Thank you both very much for your work. My clarifying question is regarding the scoring. And what I heard you say about not leveraging, or using the money to leverage on a project was a benefit. The AMI was a benefit because of the way that it's certainly structured. So my comment on that, I would hope that that's reviewed, because this middle gap housing, we've a lot of the 100 below, 80 below, and the other aspect of it is a project that doesn't need to be leveraged, that basically is simply paying down the affordability by X amount. Some of them in the past have been really high and all over. So I encourage and respect what you're doing. I'm just saying that those two, my response, no matter what the projects are, is that we broaden that to some degree so that projects that are supplying that 80 to 120 aren't negated, and that if someone doesn't need to be stacking all of that, because as I mentioned with Mr. Bigley, it's tying up capital for a prolonged period of time for a project instead of simply getting it built. Comment?
Thank you, Chair, and Member Cook for that question. Deputy Director Mata'afa and I had that discussion yesterday. Thank you.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you. I'm going to have a couple comments and then I'll have, I guess, one question.
You can be a Kiani Rollins-Fernandez.
Sort of, kind of, yeah. Maybe less complimentary, to be honest. No, I'm just joking. I completely agree with depoliticizing shelter. That's one. For the most part, because it takes so long, these projects will outlast our tenure, your tenure, and everybody else's tenure. So every project has to stand on its own merit, not who you know at the time who can make decisions to help you out. So that's one. And if housing was depoliticized, we would probably have a lot less conversation regarding certain projects and housing in general. So I would love to see it depoliticized, like actually, not just right now, as we're discussing two projects. If we're only going to score by leveraging AMI, what we're going to see is an over-reliance on our LIHTC housing, and we are going to continue to miss the mark on what's exactly called the missing middle. Because if we're going to look at what projects qualify best for our Affordable Housing Fund, they will be what we see now, where it's majority, because we have 13 here, majority is 60% or 30% to 60% AMI. And that is absolutely a market that needs served, but not the only market that needs served. So I do hope we see some adjustments in what projects then we will help fund. My actual question is,
Oh, here we go.
because those are statements, I didn't need your opinion, I said mine. Yeah, and I said I was gonna do that. What are we gonna do, because this funding for Kaia'ulu Onapili, which I do support, by the way, let me make this clear. So I wanna figure out how to make everything work. I wanna figure out how we can do all the things instead of choosing. This is, as Member Johnson says, a yes and situation, because it's housing. What are we gonna do when this funding lapses in July 1 of 26? Because they won't be awarded funding for LIHTC until August, which is after our fiscal year's POW. So our year and LIHTC's funding terms and times, rather, they don't line up, which is why they're in an issue that if we don't figure this out, I don't want to hold that project up for 2 years. Nonetheless, I don't want to just let this $12 million sit accruing, I don't know, pretty looks and not really much else. So what are we going to do? How is this going to work? Are we going to see this same monies and recognize it again in 26, 27, and 28? Or how is this going to work?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember, for that question. And yes, we might need to, but what we're working on the back end is trying to align both processes.
Okay.
We have had conversations with the state.
Good.
To relook at how they qualify projects to see if we can adjust the way that the funding capital stack works, where, as Mr. Bigley mentioned earlier, the county goes first, then the state,
yeah,
and then they work on the private financing on the back end. So we have had those conversations with the state on how we can adjust or make suggestions on how they could probably adjust their process. And we hope that those are taken under serious consideration, given what we're seeing today in the housing projects that you have before you.
Great, because it's not just him. It's all the projects that will need LIHTC funding doesn't coincide with our timing for funding. Director Mitchell, do you look like you have something to add? Oh, that is my second question. I mean, but who's counting? Just did a twinsie thing, Doctor.
Oh, go ahead. I mean, we break the rules, right?
Thank you, Chair. I think I will enjoy the conversation but not respond to the statement, but I appreciate the comments.
All right, Member Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. I do see Budget Director's hand up. I wasn't sure if she
I'm waiting for
had
all of
left
you
it up or.
I'm waiting for all of you to ask your questions, and I'll call on her. I do know she's waiting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just a follow up on one of Member Johnson's questions on bond funding.
That's genius.
I didn't get that clarification. If some of the projects could be bond funded.
Got to be counted on this.
Thank you, Chair Sugimura and Member Sinensi. I will defer that response to the Department of Finance. I think that's a better question for them. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Mahalo. I just wanted to remind us that we are in public testimony period. And this is very much like deliberations. So we should not call on Budget Director because she is not a testifier.
True. That is
Mahalo,
true.
Chair.
But, okay. So I think Member Hajans mentioned this, but the project that we were talking about yesterday, which is that Lipo Apartments, it is serving a great need. I think all of you talked about it, a great need of that missing middle. And so HHFTC does the same thing as you, right? We want to service all those that are on the lower AMI, and that's great because we should, as the member said. But I think it worked against this Lipoa apartment because they didn't service that part. They were trying to service what we all say, the firefighters, the teachers, that group. But this project would build exactly for that, and they were, they're trying to put together their finances, right? So that's why this discussion is important now, as you all know. But when you re-look at your process, I just want to ask you to take into consideration, to broaden your perspective so that we can build for those people. Projects that we're involved in, and the county's not involved with every single project that goes on in this, in this county. But your pot of money is a big part of what can help solve problems. And I think that's what we're trying to do. So I don't know how we can solve this because their AMI is completely different than all the rest that you approved and hire, unless if you have a thought on that. Because that worked against them. I'm trying to solve a great problem. That's the part that just is hard for me to accept. A statement from you.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't think I heard a question there, but I do have some comments. So again, when we went back and looked at the applications, there were several things where they scored lower on. And one of the other ones that wasn't mentioned in the context of this discussion was the affordability period. It was much less than a lot of the other projects, and so they didn't get the points for that piece as well. So it wasn't just the AMI, it wasn't just the leveraging, it was also the affordability period where they also scored not as high as the other projects.
And if I could just add a thank you to the committee and the council, because we're all trying to do the same thing.
I think so.
Right. And
okay.
we all are trying to fix the problem, but this was the new invigorated Department of Housing's first effort at getting this RFP out around the critical population. And we will continue to reevaluate the process to refine it as we go along. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Director, you want to say anything? That you're done. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. And thank you, members, for allowing us to do this extended, kind of unusual, almost deliberations. But I just want to, as you're talking about the bond funding, that's genius because this is county land. This is a project that's very unusual because it's our land, so we can bond it. And the other thing is, it made me think, can we use the DR funds? That's another question that we can ask the department on that, because it may qualify for DR funds because it is our land and because of everything that's happening in West Maui, So, okay, next testifier. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and onesie, twosie questions.
Chair, the next testifier is Carol Lee Higashino, to be followed by Adele Klein.
Carol Lee.
Aloha,
Hi, good
everybody.
morning.
Once again, I'm back. Well, I know many of you from my other hearings that I've been at for the last few years, and grateful for what you folks do. But I am here right now again for the wedding industry as a whole. There's a whole group of us here that are all with the Maui Wedding and Event Association group here that we personally created and orchestrated, mostly as a result of lack of support, I guess I would say. I've been in this industry for 30 plus years. I've owned my own wedding company and event company for that amount of time. And I've seen the ups and downs that this island has gone through and what our industry has gone through, and it's changed. Pre-COVID, we were pretty much reactive as an industry. We were lucky, things were good. We were making money, people were busy, everything was good. Then COVID hit, and we all know what happened then. But then after that, We also had the fires, of course. We know all these things. We know all the things that we've experienced, but now we're still having problems. We're having lack of funding. I'm on the Visitors Bureau, Maui Visitors Bureau, and it looks very bleak on that end of things too. And what's happening is we're not doing anything proactive. We were reactive, but we're not doing anything proactive in order to re-stimulate this economy. Part of it is funding. A lot of it is funding. All of us have been out of pocket. This whole time I've been in this industry, I don't feel that we've had any support financially in any way with what we've done. It's all been individually done. And at this point, there is an opportunity for us to get this, I don't know what you call it, a grant or what it is, but the $300,000 they're asking for this event called Engage. Engage is a national platform that brings international platform that brings international people to recognize once again we are a viable, vibrant industry, and we're on this island, and it's a destination for people to come. The industry alone brings in millions and millions and millions of dollars, but we've never been acknowledged for it, and it's time. It's time we are. I hope this is a start to other things, not just Engage, in terms of some support. Looking at things as a whole, marketing is at a critical halt due to the funds. It's not sustainable. If we're not going to market this island, and I know that we've always marketed it as a high-end luxury destination venue location type thing, but it's changed a bit. Now we just want we need visitors back. I know that all these people don't want it also, but as far as all of us who live here, eat, breathe, sleep, and raise our children, we need it. I've been on the island myself over 40 years, and we need it. We need to stimulate our subcontractors. I have over 300 subcontractors who work for me individually. It could be a floral designer, it could be whatever, but a lot of them are leaving the island. They're not able to sustain, and it's at a critical point right now. They're falling off. Tara said the economy was down, 57% or something like that. Well, I feel it. We all feel it. Some of us saved for the winters, others didn't, but a lot of us did, and we still cannot keep this up. I mean, at this point, it's really bad. Now I'm hearing other things too. Our island not only needs affordable housing, which we're hearing about, we definitely need that, but we also need jobs, and we create those. And we need to keep creating those. And the only way we can do that is if we get some help here. We have been floating out on our own for so long as kind of a non-viable novelty business industry. We're not a novelty business industry. We're bringing in so much money into this county and into the state that hasn't been ever noted, honestly. I'm seeing things like, there's so many things happening now. The global economy looks bleak. The tariffs, you mentioned that too. I think that was you. Anyway, the tariff increases will also affect our industry as well. So that's going to be hard hit for floral designers and product. So anyway, sorry I talked too long, but I hope that helped.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Anybody
you
has
for
questions?
listening.
Member Rollins has a
sorry.
question for you.
Aloha, Ms. Higashino.
Yeah.
Mahalo for your testimony this morning. For how long have you been legally permitted to operate in the industry?
Legally permitted to operate? Well, I've had my wedding and event company for 30 years. I recently was permitted the beach house, which I manage, if that's what you're asking. And we've had that. It took 4 years to get the permit, and very expensive, $350,000 plus just to get a permit to open and operate that venue. And I got that permit about less than a year ago.
Okay. Mahalo. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate. So, with right now, we're hearing a lot of the presidential policies coming down, really kind of tamping down on some of our tourists coming and getting kicked out of the country. I'm sure you've probably seen the media. Mm-hmm. The economists are telling us a recession is coming. Mm-hmm. Do you think this is the best time to do the event when we're facing tighter purse strings across the board and our numbers are actually shrinking, in addition to the wildfires, in addition to the COVID? I mean, it just seems like the timing right now is I'd like to hear your opinion on, is this the best time to host this event when our numbers are coming down, not just here in the Maui County, but nationally?
In answer to your question, yes. I think when the chips are down, that's when you kitty up. I think you just have to focus on, it's just like anything. Everything's cyclical, but this is an unusual cycle we're going through. This isn't a normal cycle. I've gone through many over all these years. And if we don't invest in this island, it will be residual years down the road. I don't see a huge amount of interest in marketing the island any longer. I know that the Visitors Bureau, I'm on the board of directors for that, I mentioned, and they used to get about, I might be misquoting, but I was told about $300,000 a year for marketing and advertising, maybe more, maybe $3 million. I really don't even know. But I do know that last year we got $87,000 to market this whole island. And people are wondering why we're not visible. You go to trade shows all over Las Vegas, everywhere. We have a huge one for the Wedding MBA. Mention that. 20, 30,000 people attend that. Not one booth with Hawaii. Everything else was Costa Rica, Mexico, all over the place. And that is one of our main industries. The U.S. mainland is 90%, whoever mentioned that. Our industry is pretty much incoming events are from the U.S. mainland.
Right.
They're not necessarily from Japan on this island.
Right.
And we saw what happened on Oahu. But anyway, I'm all over the place. But
Thank you for your response.
yeah, but yes, I think it is definitely the time to do it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Nice seeing you. All members, please don't disrupt us. Okay, go ahead. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Adele Klein, to be followed by Tad Craig.
Aloha. Thank you, everyone, for having me. A little nervous, but it's nice to see faces that I voted for, so that's great. My name's Adele Klein. I own Salon 253 in Wailuku. The last time I was here actually was with Hawaii Salons Forum back during COVID when I worked with Lieutenant Josh Green to open the salons safely. That was a lot, so here I am again. Like I said, I do own Salon 253 in Wailuku, and there is the part of the wedding industry that I'm involved in is making brides beautiful on their wedding day. With that, I do employ 22 employees at my salon. Of that, 5 of them work directly in the wedding. Right now, there's only 2 because of the downturn in the wedding economy here on Maui. I just want to say that with that, I have lost a couple employees that have moved to the mainland after the fires that have pivoted to something else. I was able to take a couple of my employees that were in the wedding industry, and now they're directly behind the chair, but they are anxious to get back to doing brides, and I would love to get this funding to help them with the future of their passion and their career. That's what I do in my business. So if you have any questions, sorry, nervous.
Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Tad Craig, to be followed by Tara Nakahashi.
So members in the audience, I should have said I would like to have some decorum. So the clapping would be what we appreciate, but when we have large groups of people and people start doing that or start doing other negative things, that we try to keep decorum in the chamber. So appreciate your enthusiasm and that your time that you're spending with us. I just wanted to explain it, but thank you.
Hi, Chair. Thanks for having us, Council. My name's Tad Craig Photography. I've been a pro photographer on Maui for 25 years. I have literally seen the waves that this industry has gone up and down over the years. And of course, at COVID, just total shutdown. And then there was a little bit of a recovery, and it was a nice recovery, but you never really got out of the hole after COVID. There wasn't enough. And then the disaster happened over in Lahaina. I was there that night and witnessed it. The decline of the business since then has been pretty substantial with major people, as you guys all know, in social media talking smack about Maui not coming here, and suddenly people all over the country are like, well, I thought I wasn't supposed to have a wedding in Maui. So that's really had a detrimental effect. And then since then, it's really sort of the industry has really dropped off, and now we are, because of politics and tariffs and all this stuff, I think what I see happening, and this has sort of been spoken about already, but what I see happening is that in the immediate future, obviously Canadians are not going to be coming here because they're all boycotting us. Americans are not going to be coming here because they're literally going to just hold on to their wallets and not go on a spending spurge in Maui. So what's going to happen here? We are going to feel the results of it. And if we don't do something, our industry is pretty substantial. We bring in millions of dollars, as has already been spoken about. But what's going to happen to literally hundreds and hundreds of people in the coming months, the coming year? This next year is going to be like, how are we going to get through January, February, March of 26? You know, that's going to be very pivotal for us, you know, for people in my industry. So thank you very kindly.
Thank you very much. Question from Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Craig. Mahalo for your testimony. I wanted to clarify the portion in your testimony where you characterized the comments asking folks to not come to Maui as talking smack. I wanted to better understand your position in that your position is that it wasn't justified for those who wanted to protect themselves and their family as a legitimate reason for asking people to not come to Maui at that time?
I think there were unfounded comments with people with huge social media platforms, including one, maybe I shouldn't name names, but one individual that literally has millions of followers, and he immediately said after the fires that, you know, Maui is closed. I think that had a detrimental effect on people. When you look at I don't know, other people in the Hawaii politics and their platforms, and the size of their platforms is not very big, you know. But when somebody like the superstar that sort of said those words, when he said it, it literally went out to millions of people. And, you know, who are people listening to, you know, that are going to be coming to Maui? They're not going to be listening to the mayor or the, you know, the people of politics in Hawaii. They're going to be listening to the superstars on Instagram or whatever.
So to clarify, then, you're not saying that your industry is more important than the quality of life of the rest of the community?
Absolutely not.
Mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next testifier, please.
Chair, the next testifier is Tara Nakahashi, to be followed by Leslie Milner.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I came to you at the beginning of the month to talk about farming and growing flowers, and now I'm here to talk about the sustainability of the wedding industry on Maui. Without weddings and events, our business, Kahului Florist, who has a sister company, Fernhouse Maui, would not be able to continue having our doors open on a regular basis. Tourism is a big concern for everyone here on Maui, and I understand the concept of being able to support local and keep local and not have as many people here. But the reality is Kahului Florist cannot keep its doors open without people coming here. And that's just a hard fact. Now, the quality of the people that come here versus the money spent, the budget versus high end, that is something we can direct. And having the summit will help us to direct that and the type of client we bring. I work on both sides, and I understand the community support aspect, but we really do need these types of people to come here and support our economy. I have 25 people on my wedding staff that I employ at various times of the year. Right now, I only have 3 because I cannot financially sustain them without people coming here. So I fully support the Maui Wedding Association and what they do. And without their voice, again, like Carolee said, you know, she's been in this industry for over 30 years. She's a mentor of mine. Without support from somewhere, we're just going to continue to go downhill. We're going to lose our venues, we're going to lose interest, and people are going to continue to go to other islands. And I'm not saying we need a huge portion of it, but we need more. Also, I wanted to say thank you for giving us micro grants for flower farmers. I got the email yesterday and I really appreciate it. I'm so grateful. We're really excited because that means I get to ramp up farming again. I have the opportunity to do so and I'm so excited. Any questions? Yes.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. You know, right now, this committee is in discussion on what type of cuts we're going to do, and we are looking for cuts. And one of this might come up in the discussion. But I want to remind you and everybody here in the audience that there are the other pots of money that you guys could apply for to have the Engage Summit. In the Office of Economic Development, there's the Economic Diversity and Development Initiative. That's a $600,000 pot of money that you folks could apply, and it's already in the budget. So when we're discussing cuts, understand there's other areas where you can apply if you do want to move forward with this. So I'm just letting you know, information-wise.
Okay.
I mean, if we have to find cuts for really important issues, because there's so many needs, I understand that. So that might be something you guys could pivot to and go through the Office of Economic Development to find money.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Great. Have a good day.
Okay, you too. Next testifier.
Chair, the last testifier signed up is Leslie Milner.
Good morning, Director. Bright and early.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, council members. And my office would also like to say Happy Butter Roll Day. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Wait, did she give you one?
She did,
6.
and they're still warm.
Very good.
The first thing I wanted to say, I don't know what the committee's plan is, but I just did want to mention the discussion we had on DEM yesterday. If the body would like to consider revisiting that in light of that information. I won't go into the details because we did yesterday. The second thing I wanted to address was the conversation a little earlier on bonding affordable housing. So the county doesn't bond something if it's not going to become a county asset. So bonding loans and grants to other entities would not be an appropriate use of bond funds. But if we wanted to bond a land acquisition that would be developed into affordable housing, that would be an appropriate use of that. And then we could use the affordable housing fund to pay down the bond or the debt service on the bond. And then the last thing I wanted to say, this is in response to the conversation yesterday and also the question from Chair Lee about the $7 million shortfall after the certification in revenues. And I spoke with Managing Director and Mayor. And as you know from some of the budget letters, we have some funding in carryover that we were planning to use in fiscal year 25 for property acquisition, because as we told the committee, we were planning to use cash for that, but in light of everything that's going on, 10 million of that can be recognized in carryover savings, and we will bond that land purchase or that property purchase when it's ready to move forward. So if the committee would like to recognize an additional 10 million in carryover, that is available. Thank you, Chair.
Wow, keeps on flowing. I have a question for you, Director. The discussion was that Shirley came up with, I thought, oh, that's kind of interesting idea. Affordable housing project, we own the land, but it was $12 million for the development of the land. But that land, which is open space, has to be converted to, the proper zoning and everything. But for that land, because it's ours, can we use it to benefit this discussion?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think once we get to the point where we reimburse the open space fund, once we know the exact acreage and cost, I think we could look at using bond for that and then using affordable housing fund to pay down the debt service.
But for the particular item in the affordable housing fund, which is a 12 million for the Bigley project, that would not help that discussion because you need to do something different with the land.
Thank you, Chair. That's correct. The 12 million is for a loan to that entity to develop the affordable housing, so it would not become a county asset. We would only own the land.
Okay, well, interesting though. That's interesting thought. All right, any other questions for Director? Okay, seeing none, and I guess we will see you for the rest of the day at the appropriate time. Thank you for your hard work.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is signed up on Teams as Anonymous Hawaiian.
How's it? No need to be anonymous. My name is Junior Nakua. How you guys stay? Yeah, so hearing some stuff about the affordable projects and funding and all that stuff, yeah? And I kind of was hearing about one project in Kihei, like D4 or something. Sorry, I jumped on late because I was in another meeting. But, what happening to these projects that's already going in Lahaina that's been approved and all that stuff? Also, I heard, I think I heard you guys talking about the Kaiolu or Napili, and then I heard they got, small funding for go do the research if they can make it capable, but make sure I think make sure you guys don't forget Lahaina. That's why I jump on top of this thing. Lahaina got leakings. Yeah, we got leakings. Hope you guys don't forget about that. Kihei, remember now, you're not a project coming up. They got approved by the Planning Commission. They get, what, hopefully 300 something homes that is affordable. You know what I mean? So, can I tell me Kihei, no more nothing going on. But in Lahaina, it's a desperate need. Right now, I stay in my daughter's condo babysitting my grandson, and I'm gonna tell you, at this condo I get at least 23 people. There's still no place for stay yet. So let's go concentrate on getting these guys out of this damn FEMA thing, because they're a bunch of headache. Yeah, they're driving my daughter nuts, and when somebody drives my daughter nuts, I get defensive. But it's crazy, yeah, the stuff that they gotta go through. But I hope you guys not going to take away funding from Lahaina housing projects and go take hey, don't get me wrong, I love the whole freaking island, okay? But not when you get the kind one project that is being shoved down the throat, and they get for housing, and so, and I think they're in the bracket of all the way up to 120, I think, or even that. So let's concentrate. Let's not get thrown off track. What is that? The guy Remy and the guy Samaluba, they're smashing. You know what I mean? But we all gotta come together. We gotta come together, gang. Okay? Gotta stop me. I stay grumbler, steady like grumble. But I try to work with people. Okay? I'm trying to work with the kind instead of just grumble. I had meetings with people on Front Street that's trying to rebuild. But I'm giving them the hard answers. I'm not beating around the bush. We don't need any more pools in the Front Street. And then they gave me a little bit, okay, but my wife, she's half the owner and she needs a pool, so I'll go check the neighbor if they get in the kind. But I'm dealing with this kind of stuff, so we're gonna just how to work with these guys, also, please do not forget Lahaina, because I tell you, we'll make sure you guys don't. I will make sure you guys don't. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I just got thrown off the beating that all these projects in Lahaina, we gotta make sure we take care of them. The Kaiolu guys, the Bigley guys, and the Tom Fisher guys, they went go try to the HHFTC and try to make them up to 80%. So they're trying, but they getting their hands tied, you know. So and then, yeah, I don't know. I'm just getting thrown off. But I'm not sorry. I haven't been paying attention because I was stoked with you guys as a West Maui attendance. I was all stoked, so I kind of went mellow out. I mellow out. I cruise them a little bit. Yeah, so I ain't gonna concentrate on my own house and all this other stuff. But yeah, just want to put jump on. Just make sure you guys don't forget us in Lahaina.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really gonna keep on saying them because we're not gonna give up. Okay, peace. You guys have a good job. You guys doing a hard job. Yes, sir. Go get them.
Thank you.
Peace out.
Any questions for Mr. Nakoa? See none. Thank you. Next testifier.
I'm gonna change my name. Sorry.
Next testifier, please.
Sure, I see one more individual approaching the podium.
That's me, Jared. J.C. Long. Kua uko wa ko aho pua'a. Thank you, council members, for being here. Chair Yukile Kashiwa Sugimura, working late last night. And now Mr. Cook asked me yesterday, don't I have anything better to do? And my answer was no. And I wasn't too sure about that because sometimes I wonder myself why I'm here all the time. And it's a long story, but and briefly, thank you for asking me, Mr. Cook, because when you ask questions, you figure out stuff. And I guess I'm what you call a lobbyist because the recycling thing. Cecile Powell came yesterday and said stuff about they were thinking about cutting the recycle budget at the $400,000. And then I said something yesterday about it, so I wanted to make, and I've learned sometimes people tell you, oh, just wait. And then you wait, and then they say, oh, well, you're too late because that was yesterday. And you're like, wait a minute. Sometimes the window of opportunity is very small, so you got to always pay attention. Hawaiian word of the day, I guess, might be maka'ala. I think it means vigilant. And so I just want, and I spoke with Mr. Ogawa again this morning, and he said even he's not sure because until you're done, then that's it. So I just want to make sure I get it in there again to recycle, and shovel ready was the word of the day too. And I think I heard, that wasn't her exact words, but she said she's got the positions ready. And it was a misunderstanding with Tamara Paulton where that was something else. They cut she thought she was cutting the money for some kind of like educational and not for the recycling. So I just want to make sure you guys leave that in there. And so I could never make $400,000 in 10 years. So I think my time is better spent here. Asking you guys, make sure you put that in there for the red-haired girl.
Any questions for the testifier? See none. Okay. Next testifier, please.
Chair, there's currently no individual signed up to testify. If anyone in the audience,
Yep. I think it's Kainishiki.
Aloha Chair, council members, late night last night, back here again at it. Thank you for your dedication. We really need permanent housing in West Maui. And you heard from the community loud and clear directly after the fire to prioritize West Maui as the greatest need. And you guys stepped up and you did. This council provided funding in previous budgets for housing in West Maui, and I'm here begging, asking, pleading for reconsideration for extending the funding that was already allocated, which does not impact this current budget. We're simply asking for the council to give us an opportunity to have a little more time to work on the water issue with Seaworm. we are in active and continuing conversation with CWRM on a path forward. You heard Councilmember Paulton say she's busy with the budget, but she's going to be working with Deputy Director Kahahane in May. You've also heard things from the administration about grant executions and residential workforce housing agreements and prevailing wage. We were shocked, I'm sure as much as you guys were yesterday, to hear from Corp Council that they don't have the grants on their desk. They don't have the residential workforce housing on their desk. We have emails that I can forward to all of you that communicate that exact thing from the Department of Housing. So we would also like to have a bit more time to work through those things. And we had a meeting with the Director of Housing outside, and we're going to be working to clear up some things. And so really what we're asking for is time and reconsideration to work out a number of issues. And if this council or if the administration wants to come in with a budget amendment 6 months, 8 months down the road, then we're happy to discuss that. But I'm begging you to please reconsider your vote yesterday and give us a bit more time. This is not going to affect what's going on with you guys today at all. And I'd be happy to meet with anyone to answer any questions or concerns. Or I'm also happy to answer them right here on the floor, but I know you guys have a lot to do. So I don't want to distract from, what's at hand. But please understand that in West Maui, the state has killed the Sylvia Luke Lieutenant Governor's project that would provide housing. This project, we're trying to work things out with CWRM. Then there's the Big Lee project on county land. Like, please don't kill hope for West Maui to have permanent housing. If you ask the administration right now, okay, fine, you guys want to do temporary housing? No, we don't want to do temporary housing. So we're just not going to do anything for West Maui, and we're going to strip them of their funding. Like, please, I was down in Planning Commission down there. The county is recommending mansions being built for millionaires on the shoreline. They're recommending this. Please, I'm up here, and then they're stripping money away from West Maui for affordable housing, permanent affordable housing. Like, it just blows my mind, We're the county's down there like, yes, approve millionaires' mansions on the shoreline that is impacted by sea level rise. And I'm up here like begging and pleading for affordable housing for our West Maui residents, where 10,000 people were displaced. 90% of those were renters. There's no home for them to go home and rebuild. They're at the will and the mercy of you guys, of housing providers, and we need all the help and support that we can get. I told myself that I was not going to be emotional about this, but it is. It's do or die here.
Thank you.
And please don't genocide the people in Lahaina.
Thanks for coming to testify. Can you please send me the correspondence? Because we basically heard two different sides of the story. Either you said, you guys do, and they said we absolutely don't. So can you please send me the emails?
Yes.
To make clear, we are talking about the timing, at least I'm talking about the timing of the Kaiulu o Napili project, but I have no intention of stripping away money from that project. I want that project to go through. However, the purchase of that exact parcel was a condition for Pulelehua to meet for parks.
Yes.
And maybe we can continue that conversation on how that's going to balance out. I don't disagree with what Member Rollins Fernandez said, that we do have to pivot or course correct, and we do have to figure this out. But I'm curious how this is all gonna, I don't want to say balance out, because housing is extremely important, but makes sense. But if you could please email me the correspondence with either housing or Corp Council, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. And thank you. To your point about the prevailing wage issue and all of that, I want you to be confident that all of the documentation is done. ready to write the check and execute all of these grants, but it should all be, like your grants are going to be executed, these checks are going to be written, and everything happens all together. But we're all operating with this uncertainty, and it all comes from the administration. And so, like, where is this Kamina prosperity and focus on affordable housing if the council is saying, here's money, administration, and then they're dropping the ball and playing politics and playing favorites, and it's really a poor reflection, I think. And I'm sorry that we are all, and ultimately, who loses? The West Maui community, the hardworking people who are making this economy run, the tourism industry run in West Maui. It's that workforce that loses while everyone else is playing politics and pushing papers and pointing fingers. So,
thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other questions? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nishiki, for all that you do for your community. I really appreciate your passion. I've been trying to listen to the administration on what their thinking is, and I'm getting so many different responses. I don't even know what their plan is moving forward. First I heard they were thinking about purchasing some of the land. Then I heard, of course, we've all heard about the water. And then finally, the most recent is they're going to do a budget amendment once everything's all settled between the builder and the departments. So I supported the project in the past. I voted for it, full support. I met the developer. Until they hammer out the details, then that money just languishes. So I feel like I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If you get any new information from the administration, please send me an email so that I can start asking them those questions, because we want to team up so that way we can ask, get this thing moving forward. Because the worst thing is I don't want to just sit there and languish. That when there's all the needs are only getting more and more bigger. You mentioned West Maui and how there needs to be more. I totally hear you on that. It's just we as this body, we can put the money in, but the administration has to move it forward. And they keep coming back to me, telling me all these different reasons, and it's not getting me anywhere. So that's the issue. So the minute you hear some new news, please send me an email and let me know.
I absolutely will, Gabe, and I'm just asking for just a little bit more time, and that's why we're asking for the reconsideration on the vote. And glad that we're all working on unsheltered situations or solutions, because I'm sure that you read the article last night that FEMA is cracking down on all of those that are stuck with those huge high rents, and now saying, oh yeah, well, we jacked up the rent. Now here, you guys deal with it. And there's hundreds of people who cannot pay that rent. And so we better get ready for a whole bunch of need for unsheltered situations if we're not going to push forward on affordable housing, permanent affordable housing in West Maui.
The minute that budget amendment comes along, I'll tell you, Ms. Nishiki, I will rise in full support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Next testifier. Oh, sorry. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Ms. Nishiki, for your testimony this morning. So are you saying that this is the only way to secure the funding and the administration can make a budget amendment later? Is that your recommendation to this committee?
That is what I'm begging and pleading for, is for the council, who we can rely on to listen to the people and take decisive action. That's what I'm asking for. You guys listen. You guys are responsive. Please reconsider the vote yesterday and give us this little bit more time, and then we will fully support whatever happens if things don't work out with Seaworm and the water.
Mahalo, Ms. Nishiki. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? See none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the last individual signed up is under the name Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha, you guys can hear?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Aloha, I'm here to testify, and testifying about like all the concerns happening, even like especially regards to housing, with affordable housing, with all the decisions being made. I don't know if you guys got my testimonies though, and on the emails I sent, but oh yeah, sorry. I'm just wondering if there's any beneficiaries that were contacted and of the descendants of those royal patents that are being discussed over, and like all those parcels from the TMKs because they manipulated our royal patents and changed it into TMK illegally. And yeah, I just wanted to ask if there was any beneficiaries called up of those descendants of the royal patents, because I'm pretty sure they would know, they guarantee would know what would be best for that land and for what happens on that land. And they're not gonna like remove all the people, of course not. They're gonna like find all these solutions for community building. And I know if you need the heirs, I know the heirs, the living heirs of all of the lands. So please feel free to reach out to me about the descendants of any of them, because yeah, I'm pretty sure we all know the living heirs, yeah. But and yeah, just to follow the law on that also, by my law and your law, my kingdom, my papa's kingdom laws and your guys' law, the state laws. And with the water and stuff, they would know how to return the water back and for it to flow and restore it everywhere. And mahalo, and thank you for hearing me out. Please follow the law on the royal patents and call all the beneficiaries for better the land and to help me, to help you, to help everybody, and for everybody's children to have water and all of their children to have water again. Kia kuapu and God bless.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Chair, that's all the individuals signed up to testify. Would you like me to do a last call?
Yes, please.
This is the last call for oral testimony. Please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Teams if you would like to testify. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Thank you. Members, with your permission, I'd like to close public testimony and receive written testimony. Thank you. So, seeing that there no more individuals wish to testify without objections, I closed that, and I wanted to take up. Are we ready with the directors and deputies? Okay. So I wanted to do this, and then we'll go into the departments. I'm going to take a recess after that and then do the departments. So at this time, members, yesterday we voted and agreed to redistribute the salary increases approved by the Salary Commission for directors, deputies, and elected officials with countywide to the appropriate Program A category. And so staff has created a spreadsheet, excuse me, which shows the director, deputy directors, and elected official salaries, comparing the budget details and the Salary Commission approved salaries. That should be passed out now. In one motion, we can transfer over the differences from countywide to the appropriate department's category A salaries. And I wonder if I could ask Member Johnson to take a look at this and then make the motion and we can discuss.
Certainly, Chair. I move to accept the Salary Commission's FY26 salaries into the record and adjust the department's A accounts accordingly, moving money from the fringe benefits line item.
Second.
Thank you. Member Johnson made the motion, second by Member Hodgins. Any discussion, members? Member Senensi, did you get the document? You did, okay, good. Can I have a copy of the document? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so motion made by Member Johnson, second by Member Hodgins. These are the numbers that'll be put into category A. Any discussion before we take the vote? No? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. That's 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is member Paulton. Thank you very much for working on this, staff, and thank you, Mr. Hanana, for your copy that you just gave me. Okay.
Now we know which jobs to apply for.
Yeah, truly, yeah. All right. So I'm going to, it is now 10:56, 11 o'clock, so is 10-minute okay for a break? Okay, so come back at 11:10. Thank you. Welcome back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 11:25. To start off our meeting, we have good news. Member Paulton has joined us. Member Paulton, good morning. Oh, she's not? Okay, she was with us. She will be joining us then. All right, so thanks. We did the director and deputy and elected officials' salaries right before we took this break. And we're going to continue on now with discussion regarding the departments. Can you, staff, can you let the members know what order we're going to take up the departments? I have management, mayor, and then I say the Ps, but can you go over?
We're going to do this in 25 minutes?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yes, sir. Sorry, just one moment. I want to make sure we capture it accurately.
Come on, come back.
Okay.
Okay.
So right now for the department order, what we have down is beginning with management, to be followed by the mayor's office. After the mayor's office, then the committee will move on to Parks and Recreation, then Personnel Services, Police, Public Works, and then there were some revisits. So I think the first revisit we have down is Water Supply, and then making an assess from there if there's some other revisits that the committee will be able to do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now, staff, can you please continue with sharing Exhibit 1 from yesterday? And
Yes,
then
Chair.
Member Cook has a question after you do that. Everybody has copies being passed out now of Exhibit 1. Member Paulton joined? Okay, Member Paulton, good morning. I don't see her on my screen.
Sorry, I'll stop sharing for a sec.
Oh, okay. Hi, Member Paulton.
Aloha, Avakia Kaku. I'm live and direct from Napili. I have one unnamed minor and one unnamed minor human and one unnamed minor canine.
Okay. Good morning. All right. So we will then, if you could bring up Exhibit 1 again.
So we've prepared the Exhibit 1 again just for what the committee has gone over for the last, for yesterday. So as you can see at the beginning, we just included the countywide costs from the Department of Finance to show more of the fringe adjustments that we're calculating based off of the cuts that the committee has made to various Category A appropriations. We will note that some numbers might be different from the previous iteration. We just did some recalculations and double checking. So there might be some slight changes between the two. And then going into the other departments, so starting with Department of Housing, again, we're noting the changes that the committee is making. We include motions, both motions made that succeed and motions that don't pass. For those that do pass, or for anything, if you notice, if we didn't capture anything, exactly that was intended, please make sure to let staff know, and we can discuss if adjustments are necessary. I think the main thing that we'd like to note for the departments that we've gone through, I think there was one of the priorities the committee acted on yesterday related to the GET fund, and it was for a transfer to the Department of Water Supply. So what we've done is, because of the way that it works now where GET funds need to be transferred into the Department of Water Supply, we're accounting for that transfer, and we're now having to reflect the expenditure, the Department of Water Supply's expenditure in their CIP. So you'll see later on in the CIP portion of the Exhibit 1, that new CIP project that corresponds to Councilmember Cook's GET fund priority.
So, oh, go ahead.
So I guess just to go over briefly, the current status of the members, adds and cuts against the mayor's proposed budget. Right now, the mayor's, the council's current appropriations exceeds the mayor's by approximately $32 million. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Cook, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. My question is, the council's exceeded by $32 million. How much does the council cut?
Yeah, the total cuts.
Total cuts, total ads.
Chair, apologies. We don't, I don't have it broken out by total cuts versus total ads. We only have it in aggregate. But we can try and compile that to see to total what the cuts were versus what the ads were. Thank you.
That would be helpful because it appears if there's 32 million ad.
Yeah.
Oh, apologies. I guess just to clarify.
I mean, 32 net.
It's net, yes. Yes, 32, we're at 30, the council is 32 million over the mayor's proposed net.
Okay, that's disturbing.
Yes. Chair Lee.
Okay. I think it's a workable number. Anyway, I just wanted to double check. The 32 million over net is as of which department? Again, please.
Sorry, I was bothering him.
You want me to repeat the question, James?
Yes, please.
Okay, the 32 million over is as of which department?
So as of yesterday, the last department, all the departments that the committee has gone through. So for all of the adds and cuts that the committee has decided upon thus far, we're calculating approximately 32 million.
Yeah, but as of which, what was the last department that we
did last night?
Yeah, made changes to?
Water.
Was it water?
Technically water supply, although I think the committee sort of deferred action on water supply because of, I think there's a priority outstanding for that.
Okay, so not water department, so the department before that then?
Transportation.
Transportation.
But there are other departments sprinkled in there that the committee has not yet taken up.
Okay, I guess that was a useless question, thank you.
Member Johnson.
There are no useless questions. That's what the teacher told me one time. But anyways, I think she was just being nice to me. Does that include the 10 million that Director Milner mentioned this morning? And also, what about that 7 million difference that was discussed earlier?
With RPT.
The difference in RPT, yeah.
So the council's current, the calculation that we've created for the council's total right now does, the RPT revenue that we're calculating is the certified amount. So,
okay.
So the one that is 7 million less than what the mayor estimated. Apologies, the 10 million carryover savings that was mentioned this morning is not included.
So not 34, but 24, or the 30 X million, was it 34 million over, you said?
32.
32 million. It's actually 22 million.
Well,
or do we look at it like that? We don't look at it like that.
I suppose what it is
okay.
It would be that if the body chooses to recognize that 10 million in carryover savings, it would help adjust for or make up the revenue it needs to basically account for the 34 million ads.
It's still good news. All right, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. For my clarity, does this $32 million include the $7 million variance from the real property tax? Or is that $7 million variance added to this?
So, apologies, I hope so the Mayor's proposed, what we've done is we take the mayor's proposed number as is, so that includes the mayor's estimate that of approximately, I think it's like 650 million in RPT. The amount that we're calculating for the council's current amount, we use for revenue the 643 million in the certified amount. So yes, your number accounts for that $7 million. The mayor's one does not.
Thank you for the clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So can you maybe report to us at the appropriate time, but how much have you added to the mayor's budget and how out of balance in each fund?
Yes, Chair. So along the way, we have been making adjustments to the appropriate supplemental transfers, as well as to recognizing the appropriate amount of bond revenue to account for things like the body adding to like the EP&S and things like that, as well as to transferring projects over from general fund to bond fund. So right now, those other funds aren't showing out of balance because we've already made those adjustments. So the only two that are out of balance right now is the general fund, which we're showing an approximately $30 million shortage, as well as the sewer fund, which is showing a $3 million overage.
Okay. Chair Lee.
Okay. Aloha House, did you delete the $4 million?
Oh, apologies. So should it be just a condition and not the 4 million?
Yeah, I took it out completely, 4 million.
Okay, apologies for that.
And I think I put in 178,000 instead.
So is the Aloha House condition $178,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm giving you that from memory. It's around there.
Okay, well, we'll double check on that and then
Okay.
we'll adjust that. Thank you.
But definitely I took out the 4 million. Thank you.
Okay, we can just double check all these, yeah. Okay, any other questions? Let us proceed. You have a question? Member Cook? I'm sorry, Member Johnson.
I'm looking at the early childhood programs. Up to 630 must be for Maui Economic Opportunity Income for early childhood programs. If you guys remember that last night, it was an additional, not like an earmark. So is that number correct? Because
you're adding.
Well, we'll double check, but yes,
Okay.
we understand that to be an additional and then a condition on top of it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, good. Member Hudgens.
Thank you. My notes last night for Charity's Aloha House is $168,000 for the hospitalization program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, let's begin. It is now 11:38, and at some point you want to break for lunch. Let me know when you want to stop, but I wanted to start off with Department of Management. And this on page 14 of Bill 41. I wanted to add in that memo that we got from Managing Director that lists a bunch of projects that they wanted us to add into this budget. So what happened was these projects came after the budget was finalized and submitted to us. And so I wanted to take this up and get your approval.
Chair, I have a motion for that point of information if you want. I have a motion for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want to start there or at cuts?
So I actually wanted to start here and then we'll go into the details. Okay, what is
Okay,
your
I
point
move
of information?
I move to amend B11 small c B account to add conditional language for up to 1.8 million must be for Lahaina Restoration Foundation for historical property restoration, Lahaina Courthouse, jail, church, etc. These are county-owned properties that Lahaina Restoration manages. Up to 500,000 must be for Ke'olaho for health, education, and human services to wildfire survivors. up to $250,000 must be for Lahaina Town Action Committee for incubation of displaced businesses. Up to $700,000 must be for CNHA for workforce development and resiliency hub operations. Up to $7.5 million must be for Hawaii community lending for the CDFI leverage with Hawaii Community Foundation. Up to $1 million must be for assistance with land acquisition in West Maui, and to transfer $2.9 million to capital improvement programs, Department of Management, General Fund for funds for land acquisition in West Maui, $1.7 million. EAL Theater roof restoration, $1.2 million. And finally, to transfer $100,000 to B11 small a B account with a condition stating up to $100,000 must be for the royal order for roof repairs.
Okay.
For a total of what?
The amount listed.
Do you have a total? Mine doesn't have a total.
Apologies, Chair. We do have it. I don't know the full amount. It appears to match the managing director's. There's a slight change, but for the most part, it matches the managing director's correspondence. I believe that's dated 4/9/25. That's number 144 in Granicus.
It's $14,750,000 according to the managing director's letter. Is there a motion that I wanted to ask member? Okay, made by member Paulton, second by member Hodgins. Member Paulton, would you like to explain? But I have one question for you.
Okay, do you want me to explain first, or do you want to ask your question first?
Let me ask you that one question, because I was the only one that read a little bit differently than the managing director's letter, according to my notes. 2.7 funds for acquisition and management in West Maui is what transfer to CIP, I guess, is what managing director said, but I'm not sure if that was the same thing you were talking about. Could you clarify that?
That's the latest communication I got from the administration this morning, but Ms. Milner is on.
Okay, so it's different. Ms. Milner?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. Yes, sorry, I received a revised request from Managing Director this morning, and Councilmember Paulton had told me she was planning to make the motion, so I communicated that to her. The revised request was to add a $1 million line item for assistance with acquisition of properties in West Maui. And then I would add that the transfer of CIP would stay at 3.9 million, so 2.7 for the actual land acquisition and 1.2 for the roof restoration. The additional 1 million would be reduced from the professional services line item, and so it would be a total of 15.75. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can you submit to us that in whatever you just read in writing? It's different than his initial transmittal, so.
Yes, Chair. The only change is the additional $1 million line item, but I will send that over to the committee staff right now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, because you don't have that, do you? You don't have this revised list?
Oh, yes. We'd appreciate it in writing from the budget director, too. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where's this money coming from?
Ms. Milner.
B11CB is where it's coming from.
The actual item, so it's general funds. Go ahead. Shirley, you have a question? For the
I just thought, I thought the budget was complete, and now you're adding over $15 million. So that's why it's.
I'm not adding money. I'm conditioning it as requested by the administration in their first transmittal, as well as small revisions that they've made. I'm not adding any money.
So
okay, it's not you. You're doing this motion on behalf of the managing director, right?
So
I'm asking about him.
Yeah, and it's not adding any money.
Yes.
It's not adding any money.
Chair, it is conditioned.
Yeah,
So
from where?
From their operate.
Account B.
B11CB.
So it must be deleting something to be using this 15 million in place of something is what
It
I'm
wasn't
pointing out.
specified in the budget details. It was specified in the managing director's first transmittal, and then it was revised slightly. If you read the answers that they sent us.
Maybe if, Budget Director, oh, there you are. Can you send a copy of that, please? You are pointing at somebody. Oh, you want to speak, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair, I have the answers. Okay.
Oh, you're pointing to Member Paulton.
Oh.
Virtually. Is that what you're doing?
I don't know, but I have something to say.
Okay.
I can be helpful. All right. Choose me.
Please say. We have to say Miss Buttercup, yeah? No.
I got downgraded. I was Queen Butter Roll now.
Buttercup.
I'm just Miss Buttercup.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Granicus item 21, page 11. The question is I have to wait for it to load again because I have to go look at the number, but any grants that were not specified where the money was coming from. Here, let me read it. For each grant line item not designated for a specific recipient, provide a breakdown of the grants that will be funded by the line item. And then that's all the organizations that Member Paulton read off with the amounts, with the corresponding amounts that's being allocated to that organization. Does that answer your question? It's on page 11. Question 12.
What was it allocated to before?
It did not have a specific recipient.
It was like miscellaneous?
It was small business promotion and youth programs.
Oh, okay. That's the answer. Thank you.
Got it. Told you I had the answer.
Okay. So shall we share a list of the list of projects we just read off? Well, the reason is because what was read off is different from what's in this letter, because it was revised this morning, sounds like. So even my list is a little bit different.
Chair,
Yes.
we did receive an email from Budget Director Milner with the change in it, and we forwarded that to the members. So
okay.
it'll be in your emails. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll go look for mine. I didn't see it. Shirley, you're fine?
That was the answer. Thank you.
That was the answer. And then you gotta go look in your email. I didn't look in mine. I was kind of busy. All right. So members, any questions? So the amount is now $15,750,000. Okay? Yes. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. The condition is just, we're not, just to be very clear, it's not adding money to the 15 million.
Okay.
It's just the condition of that money.
To vote on?
Okay, you ready? Ready to vote? All in favor, everybody say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think we now have 9 ayes. Motion carries. Thank you. Member Paulton, you want to add anything else? You kind of took over the...
Member Paulton, you're muted.
I'm not clear if you mean have discussion after the vote. Is that what you want me to do? Or
Well, I think we kind of took over the discussion because we had questions about it, but we did vote already. Oh, thanks.
so do you want to hear my discussion or do you want to just move on?
Actually, I would, well, you want to discuss or we can move on?
Up to you, Chair.
Okay, we passed it. Let's move on. You don't mind?
I don't mind.
Okay, very good. One down.
Are you ready for my next motion?
Yes.
I move to cut B11, small b, paren 1, category A by $283,000 $1,332 and $266,275 fringe approximately.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Member Paulton, second by Chair Lee. It is for, go ahead.
Well, I believe that this is a very critical section to the management department. I'm cutting by 6 months funding for positions that have been vacant since 2023, and by 3 months funding for vacant since before 2023, and by 3 months funding positions that have been vacant since 2023. There was $985,972 carryover in 2023 in this section, and in 2024 fiscal year, there was more than 1.49 million carryover.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thank you, Member Paulton. Ready to vote?
You're welcome.
Is anybody, I heard a voice. Okay.
Might have been the minor canine.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's 9 ayes, motion carries. Okay, any more?
Yeah. Okay. I move to cut B11 small d paren 1 category A, $36,656 plus fringe, and transfer P3939 when independent staff is set up per budget details page 2-3. And if I get a second, I'll explain.
Second by Member Hodgins, motion made by Member Paulton. Okay, go.
Thank you. So in Corp Council's response dated April 1st, this position P33939 is been reallocated by personnel as secretaries to boards and commissions. They only have one board and commission, Board of Ethics. Although we didn't get the response from MD where I asked this question, I did receive correspondence that, you know, they do object to this cut, fair disclosure, because the secretary will do other things than just boards and commissions. But, you know, knowing previously that the private secretary, which is like a higher SR rating, did boards and commissions and all the secretary things, I don't know, you know, I think we can reassess at that time. This is a boards and secretaries commission. They only have one boards and commission secretary. They only have one boards and commissions, and we're funding another boards and commissions for the Board of Ethics, which is the one board that they have, and all of that work was previously done by the private secretary. And so for me, I would reassess once the boards and commissions are out of Corp Council, if the private secretary can handle the load, because now we have one secretary just for boards and commissions, and we have a private secretary that all the work that the private secretary used to do. And private secretaries are kind of like appointed positions, so, you know, they don't get paid the same as regular secretaries.
Okay. Any other discussion?
So that's my discussion.
Oh. Any other discussions, members? See none. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. That's 9 ayes. Motion carries. Okay.
And then that's all of my cuts. The next are, the only thing I have is my priority, but you let me know when we're at the priority fund. Hey, don't talk back.
Okay, I'm gonna anybody have any amendments to CIPs, which is in the budget bill, page 25, for this department?
Chair, is that where we can switch from cash to bond funding for the new county services center? Under the Department of Management?
Yeah. Yeah, do I have that on the list? Go ahead. Please
Okay.
proceed.
So I move to take $5 million in cash and to the bond fund for the new county service center phase 2, item number CBS-8942. And, okay, second.
Okay.
And correspondingly move it into, what is James always called? The bond funding list or the list?
Yeah.
Okay, the bond bill, yeah. And because you always catch me on that one, so I want to make sure I put that in the motion. So to make sure that that goes into the bond bill. And I saw Councilmember Kama's second, so.
Okay. All right, Member Johnson and second by Member Kama. So this was on the list that we got from the department, from Director Milner about projects that can be moved from cash to bond. So thank you for doing that. Any discussion?
Well, for discussion, this clears up $5 million in cash to be set over to bond. That's it.
Correct. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I can be supportive since this is a recommendation from the Budget Director and the administration. But I would like to check with staff because I know that Mr. Krieger said that the budget is now 32 million above the mayor's proposed budget. If they have done the work already, would you be able to provide the breakout of what of the 32 million is general fund? And if you haven't done that breakout, that detail, if I can make that request.
Very good. You're working on it, right?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So admittedly, because we've started decisions for today already, I might not be a completely accurate picture, but I guess right now.
Oh, not including the work that we did today, just from yesterday, up to last night at 8:30.
Okay, I'll need to go back and check the sheet that I saved with that. So.
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Krieger. It doesn't affect my vote. I just wanted that information because I think it's important to understand. Mahalo.
Okay. Very good. Love that.
Councilmember Paul.
Oh, okay, Member Paulton. Are you okay, Chair Lee? You want water? Okay, take care. Member Paulton.
Yeah, for my debt discussion, I would just say like moving money to bond doesn't make it free money. If you recall, we were asked to raise the bond authorization, and we kind of was like, oh, we don't want to raise the bond authorization. We don't want to use carryover savings. We're going to use this 51 million for our priorities and what, blah, blah, blah. And now we're the ones increasing the bond. So I'm just saying that I can support this, but when the time comes to raise the bond cap, realize it's not the administration doing that. It's this action right here. They asked for a 250 million thing, and we gave them 50 million. And here we are taking up all of that. So I'm just saying, I don't know if people understand the things that they're being asked to do or that they're doing, because you can't speak out of two sides of your mouth. If you're going to transfer all this general fund to bond and then make a big deal that the administration is asking us to raise it to 250 million, then it's like, I don't know that people are being just.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And to add to that, by moving it to bond, we're committing to whatever high interest rates are happening right now. which means that for the 5 million that was requested, it's going to be 5 million plus interest for the cost of that CIP. Mahalo, Chair.
Correct. So I'll make a statement.
And under the previous administration, it was definitely non-taxable. Under this federal administration, we're not sure. Right. So it could be taxable on top of that. So, you know, I'll go along with people to get along, whatever. I'm just saying, don't take it out on the administration when we're the ones taking the action for this. Like, I'll give them credit where credit is due, and I'm not happy with their things, but you can't be blaming them for things that we're doing.
Okay. So to give my lecture, I will tell you that what we need to do is we need to have cash. And I think that in the federal climate that we're seeing, to have cash is very important, and to be flexible enough that we can then assist those who may need the county's help. So in this case, yep, you know, I don't like to charge things personally. I don't use my personal finances that way, and this is kind of, you know, very similar. But that is my thought on doing this, and I support moving this $5 million that the administration said it would be possible to do, and cleared through the bond council that these projects then could be bonded. All right, anything else?
Chair, can I?
Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Will you please explain what you mean by we need cash? I don't think I fully understand that statement that you just made.
So this is all from attending NACO conference, reading the newspapers, and seeing what the federal government is doing now in terms of...
How are we getting cash? I don't understand that part.
To take a cash project and changing it into a bond, and then therefore we have the cash available for the county to use. So that's what it's
in this budget, but it's not like we're banking it. I don't understand how we're going to get the cash.
It is,
like we're going to get the cash to.
We're going to take it out of bond and put it into cash, and so therefore we'll have access to the cash.
No, I understand that part,
yeah.
But it's not. You're just to access more cash. We would look at either cuts or real property tax rates, as we discussed on Tier 3, the millions of mansions that are on Maui.
We will be doing all of that.
But we're not addressing the federal climate by moving this project from cash to bond. We're just addressing our own issue here to move this project to bond so that the optics of not increasing the tax rate on Tier 3 or whatever. Well, it doesn't address the federal climate at all.
Okay, so this economic questions, we have different philosophies. I will tell you that is mine from attending and reading and studying what's going on in our greater community, which is bigger than the county of Maui. And I'm concerned that we as a community need to be able to answer the fear of having, you know, projects, nonprofits that we currently help or we currently are concerned about losing their losing their funding from the federal government. And we already have heard, you know, projects that we were hoping to get funded, like the Haiku Fire Station or different projects that we had hoped to get some earmarks, that was canceled. So we're in the climate already. I don't know, I hope this doesn't affect the bigger things like DR funds as we have a change of administration in the federal government, and I hope they don't, you know, hinder any of the bigger things that we are concerned about. But that's just my philosophy.
Yeah, I disagree. And it's not a matter of
I don't want to have an argument over
it's policy.
philosophies,
it's just policy.
Federal government, policy, whatever. So let's proceed. All right, so let's take a vote. We are taking a vote on actually moving this, the New County Service Center, which is CBS 8942, from cash to bond. Any discussion? More? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Proceeding with roll call vote. Council Chair Alice Lee.
Oh, excused.
Councilmember Tamar Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Yes.
Councilmember Nohilani Hodgins.
Aye.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Tasha Kama.
Yes.
Committee Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Aye.
Chair, you have 7 ayes, 1 no, 1 excuse. Chair Lee, motion passes.
Yeah, okay, great. I hope Chair Lee is going to be better. All right, any other CIP amendments, members? See none. Okay, Appendix A, Part 1, grants. Budget bill is page 43. Any proposed amendments? Page 43. Okay, there's no amendments. I'm going to move on. Next, we're going to have Appendix A, Part 2, Special Purpose Revenues. Page 55 is Employee Parking Fees Fund, and then 57 is Managed Retreat Revolving Fund, 57 is General Excise Tax. 53 and 57. Any amendments? I think last night we added to the GET fund through this committee, but any other amendments? Seeing none? Okay, we're going to move on.
Oh, Chair, I'm so sorry, Chair. Can staff request just a brief 1-minute recess?
Sure. 12:08. Back to the Budget Finance Economic Development Committee. It is now 12:08, and we're talking about the Appendix A, Part 2, Special Purpose Revenues. And I just want to mention that Bill 58, which is also on our agenda, is about abolishing the Employee Parking Fee Fund because it's an action that we decided, and we're not going to be charging employees, so we're going to have a bill to codify that action, which would be relevant to this particular fund. Okay, fine. Appendix B, rates and fees, which is pages 24 to 20.
Oh, I'm still on special purpose revenues. Did you want to go over my priority while we're here, or
Sure.
it's not a money priority? It's in the special purpose revenues though.
Okay, let's see. So this is one of your conditions.
Yeah, it's not a monetary condition, and I believe Ms. Toshikio was assisting me with the verbiage because my verbiage is not very lawyerly. But
Can we take it up when we take up the conditions or priorities, or you want to take it up now as it relates to this?
well, it's a condition in this section under DD, which is under the purview of management on page 59. But I'm open to whatever you want to do.
Okay, it's DD. Oh, so you're talking about the general excise tax pot? DD?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a verbiage condition, not a money condition.
Okay. Okay. Go, make your amendment, please.
Okay, and it might be amended by Corp Counsel, but what I had on paper is says, I move to amend the verbiage for the 10 million for an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Hawaii for permanent water system improvements for the Kala'i temporary housing project and future DHHL housing projects. If the land is not transferred to DHHL within 5 years, then the state of Hawaii must reimburse the county, including the costs of construction, back to the fund, because this money is earmarked for DHHL, and thank you. And they have yet to sign an MOU, although Member Kama said that Mr. Watson is close.
Okay, so is Ms. Toshiki, oh, sorry, Member Paulton, and second by Member Rollins-Fernandez. Is Ms. Toshikio on?
She's on.
Oh, I see you. Okay, do you have any comments?
Sure, thank you. Just a couple of thoughts, and Member Paulton and I did discuss this and some other options. Can you hear me okay? I just switched computers and I'm switching with my mic. Sorry, thank you. Yeah. I didn't get to test it. So there's two MOUs, I guess, at play. So the one for the transfer of the funds is between the county and DHHL, but I believe this is referencing the MOU that's between HHFDC, who currently owns the land, transferring that to DHHL. So our agreement is with DHHL, or will be with DHHL, not HHFDC. So I think it's going to be difficult to condition this upon an action by another entity that we're not going to be working with. So I know that Member Paulton has concerns about the funding being released. So I think one of the options we had discussed was conditioning the release of the funds on the transfer occurring, so that we would, the MOU with DHHL, the actual transfer of the funds would not occur until HHFDC does the land transfer to DHHL. So that was one option, and I wasn't sure if that was still the path that we were intending on still going down.
Or until the MOU is signed.
Oh, okay. The MOU between HHFDC and DHHL?
Yeah, what she said.
So, Ms. Toshikio, are you done, Member Paulton? So, Ms. Toshikio, it was kind of hard to understand what you're saying. Do you think you could write it up and send it to staff? Because there's like this echo, not echoey, but there's a static. Yeah, sound when you speak.
Oh, it's on my end? Oh, yeah. Shucks. Sorry. I'll figure this out. Okay. I think it would be open to assistance in the wordsmithing. It would be the release of the funds is conditioned upon the memorandum of understanding for the transfer of the land between HHFDC and DHHL. Does that capture it, Member Paulton?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Toshikio.
So, Ms. Toshikio, based upon what Member Paulton and you have discussed, this would be then placed under as a condition of the item. Oops, sorry. So DD, under DD, General Excise Tax Fund, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, right here, right? And place it under one and add another condition under that. Is that what you're recommending?
Yes, as part of the first number one, yes.
Okay.
And just added language about the release of the funds.
Can you tell me the same?
Yeah, sure. I guess for staff's question, so is this new language, the release of funds is conditioned upon an MOU for the transfer of the land being executed between HHFTC and the HHL. Is that in place of the sentence that you read, Councilmember Paulton?
Yes, please.
Can we
That's
please
just
ask
what
Ms.
I said with lawyer tweaking.
Can we please ask Ms. Toshikio to mute when she's not speaking? Mahalo. Sorry, it's really loud.
Yeah. But we're glad you're
What
with
she
us.
said was coming out of my mouth as a lawyer. That's what the English to English lawyer translation is.
Okay, so you got it, right? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Toshikio. Is there anything else?
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Right in front of you. Okay. One correction to the record. Ms. Toshikio said HHFTC owns the land. HHFTC does not own the land. It's Crown Lands. It's just under that division. And the second thing, so DHHL had its annual meeting on Molokai, and I met with Chair Cully Watson on Monday and asked specifically about this. So just when we're crafting the language, he made sure that I understood that once the land is conveyed to DHHL, then only those that qualify for homestead can be on that land. And so, just being there, working together with HHFTC to ensure that, that transition is smooth. I fully support this motion and want to ensure that the commitments that are verbally made are recorded in writing and that transition happens the way that is most beneficial to West Maui and to the commitments made to the homesteaders before the fire. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Member Paulton.
And to clarify, that means that all the people that are living in that temporary housing right now, if there isn't permanent housing for them to go to in 5 years, they will be evicted. But, we got to honor our commitments. And some of the people, they did give priority to beneficiaries who are fire survivors, but that doesn't allow the fire survivor beneficiaries to jump ahead on the list. They have no mechanism for that. So if we don't have permanent affordable housing in West Maui in 5 years, the result is beneficiaries being removed from Crown Land as well. But the promise was made by the state to the beneficiaries that have been waiting and dying on the list that this land is theirs, and the reason that we're using it is temporary, and that we will return it with infrastructure. So while it hurts, I think we do have to honor our commitments, because there has been a series of not honoring our commitments. And in this instance, because of the disaster, DHHL beneficiaries, not all of them liked it, but this is what we decided was in the best interest of our people for a 5-year period. I don't know how many beneficiaries won't make it past that 5-year period. My mother-in-law died on the list, So these are the tough decisions that we need to make and the hard commitments we need to honor. But that's why it's critical somebody gets moving on building permanent affordable rentals in Maui, West Maui. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. So that is 8 ayes. Member Chair Lee, excuse. All right. Any others? Again,
Chair.
oh, sorry. Go
Are
ahead.
we in, we're not in priorities yet. Tell me when we're in priorities.
Okay, we're getting there. So Appendix B, pages 24 to 25, under rates and fees. Any proposed amendments? 24 and 25. Okay, they have no changes here. Anybody have any amendments, rates and fees? See none. Okay. Now we'll go into what you just asked about, Member Cook. So I'm going to take up member priorities, pages 12 to 24 on the matrix that you were given. So go to page 12 and 27, 227. Do you want to work off this list? I think that's what we ended up doing yesterday. Okay, easy. We'll work off the matrix. So on page 12, the first one is Member Paulton. Do you have the matrix?
I move to add to B11 small c paren 1 category B 250,000 to put on RFP out for a third party project labor administrator, and this corresponds with Bill 54 on the next agenda.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So this is Member Paulton's amendment as she read, and made by Member Paulton, second by Member Hodgins. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I had the opportunity to meet with one third party project labor administrator, not necessarily the one the county would RFP out. This also was one of my questions to management, of which we still have not yet received the answer to. But you know, there is a lot of construction work and RFPs and things going out right now because there's a lot of construction on Maui. And I'm not talking about putting our residents first for no reason. People need jobs, and we have labor throughout the state, throughout the country, throughout the world. And it's just an effort to make sure that our local labor, whether union or non-union, gets the work first. Then we can move forward with other people from other islands, from other states. Main thing, the work gets done. In the bill, the threshold would be 500,000 that we use local labor first.
Okay.
And the administrator would enforce the bill.
Okay, so you're putting in 250,000 for request RFP for a third-party PLA, project labor administrator. Oops, sorry.
Correct.
Okay. So
to keep our workforce, local workforce, whether union or non-union, employed, so they can pay the bills, they can pay the increase in sewer fees and whatnot.
Okay. Any discussion, members, from anybody? Member Hodgins.
Thank you. I support this. Obviously, I second it. I just maybe want some clarification. We probably met with the same person, but I'm wondering, is this person, the way you envision it, this administrator, are they going to help ensure there's no like misclassification of work, or are we going to deal with that when we do Bill 54, did you say?
Yeah, Bill 54 is the corresponding legislation to this appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
So we can, I think, include that in the bill amend the bill if it's not already in there. I'm not super to that part of it, the bill part, because it was a little bit of a rush to get the course. Appropriating the money is almost the easy part. Writing the legislation is a little bit more involved. And I did want to mention I did receive assistance in a roundabout way from another colleague of mine, and I'll let them mention it if they want to, or if they don't want to, that's cool too.
Okay. I understand what a PLA is or a CWA. And I too obviously support local construction first. We really don't have the infrastructure to support outside entities coming here to do our construction. We don't have the housing, we don't have the literal infrastructure. And we are a bit more accountable to each other because we play together, we eat together, and we live together. So this is gonna help ensure that we actually have a circular economy. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, any other comments? I am going to ask Member Paulton if we can defer this and take this up once we know what's happening with Bill 54, because it's going to tie into it. And I will say that I too met with a gentleman last year regarding the PLA, and what this gentleman said was that he is meeting with all the unions and has communicated with them about this, and I never heard back from him. Maybe, you all did. But I also got calls from contractors who are concerned about Bill 54 because it's going to add on expenses to their workers in order to do work at whatever the threshold that the bill does state. That is going to add on more expenses for the contractor who's building like 500,000, I think was the threshold, and their workers then would need to be part of this, join the union and whatever, and receive great benefits, which I support. But I would like more discussion and to take this up when we actually take up the bill so that it could be discussed more comprehensively. That's my recommendation.
I'd like a recommendation from Corp Council if that's a possibility, because we're appropriating money now. Are you intending to pass Bill 54 as part of the budget bills? Because that won't work otherwise. We only have the opportunity to add to the budget right now, not after the budget is passed.
True. So Corp Council, well, Bill 54, I think, is on Chair Lee's agenda, which is for tomorrow. So it is something that's going to come up. I don't think it's going to pass on the floor.
We have a council meeting tomorrow? Really?
I mean,
we have a council meeting tomorrow?
Oh, when is that council meeting? Sorry.
Chair, apologies. So
No, it's not tomorrow. Sorry, it's us.
The Budget Committee does have Bill 54 currently, but it's not posted for today. It's only posted for tomorrow's meeting.
Oh, sorry, it's on May 2nd. Yes, okay. This is not council meeting tomorrow.
So asking for a legal opinion from a lawyer, if we are able to add the $250,000 when we pass the bill, because my understanding is we can only amend the budget while we're in budget.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Toshikyo.
That's correct, Chair. Sorry, I'm a little bit afraid to turn on my mic. I've gotten
It's staticky, but it's okay. I mean, see what you got to say.
Okay, so for this appropriation, and I will tell you that I'm not very familiar with what you're discussing. I do know that we are taking a look at Bill 54 in our office, and I won't dive too deep into it since it's not on today's agenda. But I think for the appropriation, if it's not specifically tied to Bill 54, but there are other concerns that are currently within the labor laws and something that are currently within our contracts that we would want to ensure, that the contractors, they're following all of the laws on the books currently that, we would be concerned about in these big projects, then I think that would be fine for you to leave the appropriation in, just knowing that whatever contract that we enter into and whatever, I guess their scope of work is going to relate to the laws on the books at the time that we're entering into these contracts. Does that help? because
I guess the clarification is if we wait for Bill 54 to get passed in committee and the budget is done, we can't add the money at that time, correct?
That's correct. The council would not be able to do it. But I guess what I'm saying is if your request is sufficiently broad enough for your concerns and you still want to put in the funding, knowing that I guess maybe the contract that you're envisioning and the work that they're going to do may not necessarily be exactly as you're thinking as aligned with the proposals in Bill 54. I think that you probably could put in the funding, but it may not be the end product that you're talking about right now.
Thank you. Member Hodgins may have a question for Ms. Toshikio.
I do, thank you, because what I heard is that this money, this 250, can be used in relation to Bill 54, but it doesn't necessarily have to be used in relation to Bill 54. And if our scope was broad enough, we could have this third-party labor administrator help us with our existing projects, perhaps. And then they could help the county and other people doing work.
Enforce the labor laws.
In the affordable housing, let's say, and they can enforce labor laws, and it's not necessarily only specifically tied to Bill 54.
If that's the council's intent. Sorry. I know I remember Rollins Fernandez wincing every time I turn on my mic.
It's loud. It's really loud.
But we want to hear from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like the white noise that you had put on, except this one does not put you to sleep. But thank you. Well, okay, I mean, in that case, then we could vote on it, and it would be separate from Bill 54, and it could assist everyone in this county and the people we do projects with, because right now we're doing so many projects. We just discussed one all morning, and it could just ensure that we are following all the laws, so maybe we're not in a situation, we're in a pickle, like sometimes we get in a pickle. So I'm happy to support, because we can condition some money and increase some money, and if it goes through, great, and if it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yep. All right, any other discussion?
If it doesn't, we can try again with something else.
If I could add one last thing, because I'm looking at the language and it is broad. I know that you put on the record what your intent is, but there could be. I think you mentioned enforcement of the labor laws. I guess what I had heard initially was more like a consultant who would be like monitoring, because we've contracted with consultants that would monitor other types of projects in the past too. So I guess it would be specifically to monitor, consult, and inform. So yes, I would not put enforcement in, because that would probably limit it too much. Okay, I'm going to mute now.
Yeah, monitor, consult, inform is good enough for me, because then the county can enforce or turn it over to DLIR.
Okay. So I have a question for maybe Member Paulton or Ms. Toshikio, but instead of then this saying proposal for a third-party project labor administrator, because that is a kind of job already established in the community from that person that came to see me regarding the unions. Is there another way of saying this, third-party project labor, instead of using those words?
She said it was sufficiently broad, if we just say that, so that's good.
Okay, Ms. Toshikio, you're fine. Okay. You're afraid to turn on your mic. All right, members. So I will ask for a roll call vote, but ready to vote? Okay, all in favor? We'll do roll call, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Proceeding with roll call vote. Council Chair Alice Lee.
Excused.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Keani Rollins Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Tom Cook,
No.
Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajens,
Yes.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Tasha Kama,
Yes.
Committee Chair Yukile Sugimura.
No.
Chair, you have 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused. Chair Lee, motion passes.
Okay, very good. Next on this list is actually mine. And this is in management, is to increase by 1 million for professional services and 500,000 for archaeological study and cultural preservation for Von Temsky parcel recently acquired by the county, and 500,000 for master planning and assessment of the property. So on this, I'm going to change this because I got to speak to Kapono I, and I'm going to need some help, staff or legal. This actually belongs, I guess, it's management bought the property, but Kapono I with OEV Resources is taking this next steps forward, and he said he doesn't have enough money in his budget. I just spoke to him this morning to do this, but he is saying he would need about $1 million to do the archaeological study and cultural preservation for this parcel. And so the motion then would be $1 million, but it would be in the OEV resource, not management. I thought it was management because management did do the purchase of the property. So, Mr. Hanano, I guess we already did OEV resources. I found this out this morning.
Yes, Chair, thank you. So, based on what your comments were, the suggestion is to transfer it from the management to OEV
resources for this motion. I mean, the OEV doesn't have enough money in their budget, they said, to do this. So they would need this in order to do the studies, archaeological and, cultural preservations.
I'm trying to find what.
Revisit
Okay, we can revisit.
when we get to OEV.
We did yesterday. So we can revisit that. Member Sinensi, yours is next for Office of Recovery.
Hello, Chair. I'll move to add the following condition. Up to $120,000 must be for the Nakia Io Maui for a property lease with the Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation for the Lahaina Resource and Recovery Center for wildfire survivors affected by the August 2023 Maui wildfires.
Second.
Motion made by Member Sinensi, second by Member Kama. Discussion.
Chair, and thank you. And members, you met Antineri Aquino Kuramura yesterday in testimony, and she is a firecracker. In the aftermath of the Maui wildfires, Nakia Io Maui organized hundreds of War Memorial Gym-based volunteers, and they provided compassionate support through their congregate shelter, and she continues to do that. She's since organized and mobilized 900 volunteers to lead the staging, sorting, and distribution of donated goods immediately after the fire. And she has a central hub at the base yard at 150 Hana Highway, but she plans to after her this lease is up, to move her operations eventually to Lahaina, where she can help with directly with the Lahaina survivors. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, firecracker is right. Member Johnson, followed by Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I was lucky enough to visit the 150 Hana Highway facility that she had. And those containers, the pods, I think they're called? Inside all the pods had really nice furniture. and it was just kind of like a drive up, grab some furniture, and go. And I thought that was really nice because I've been to a lot of hubs, but none of them had furniture. I'm sure Councilmember Portland's been to more, and she might know more. But for me, just to see that for this one-person show, doing it all, I was really impressed with her. So those are the kind of firecrackers we want to give them, those kinds of funding. So rise in full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Kama.
Thank you, Chair. So I think that I agree with everybody what they said about Auntie Nettie, but she is a self-motivator. You just show her something, and if her passion ignites, that's it, right? And she's just going to take that and just run with it. And she doesn't stop until she actually fulfills what she decided she's going to do about this. And it was refreshing to see a Kanaka who has a nonprofit and who says, I don't know how to do them, but I'm going to learn them, and I will do it. That is fantastic. And the fact that I think we don't see enough of them, and we're starting to see them, Roots Reborn, right? And it just brings me joy to see, especially they're women. They're women. And, they're not young spring chickens, but, they're mature. They're mature women, And I think what they're doing is wonderful. And the fact that they're so new at it, too. And they have this ignition about them that just sparks. And when it sparks in them, it sparks all of us, right? So thank you, Member Sinensi, for this. So thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye, so
Aye.
it looks like 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is Shirley. All right, very good. Next we have Chair Lee. Let's see, what is this? Oh, this is the one that she withdrew, right? The driveways. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I spoke to her yesterday, and what she said was she got a call, or she discussed with Corp Counsel, and upcountry there are homeowners that their driveways got, oh, there she is. Here she comes. Then she can explain. Office of Recovery, your condition for the
Yeah,
300,000.
that condition I asked to be withdrawn yesterday because it's no longer needed.
Okay, thank you. And this next one is mine, and it's a condition for Office of Recovery, up to 200,000 for the Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc. to support the facilitation, coordination, and implementation of projects within the Economic Recovery Commission program. And I can explain. Thanks. Oh, somebody needs to make the
So
motion for
moved.
me. Okay, who said so moved? Was that member Rollins Fernandez?
Second.
Oh, that was you. Okay, you made the motion, second by Shirley. Okay, thanks. I'll explain. So the Economic Recovery Commission met last year, and in their final report, which all of you got a copy of it, there's like 11 implementation groups, and MEO will be the fiscal sponsor, basically, and that Sko Rasmussen will do the implementation of this. Sko Rasmussen got private funding of 200,000, so this is a match of that 200,000. Also, when managing director was before us, he mentioned that there was IT something that he said we can remove, which would be the match for this.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. I believe when the managing director was before the body, he said that the body could move $256,000 or reduce ITSD, the ITS program, category B by $256,000 contractual service. And yeah, that money could be used to offset or fund the ERC condition.
Okay. So this would be for the implementation of the Economic Recovery Commission.
Chair,
And then-
apologies. So should staff interpret the motion to include that a reduction to ITS Category B and then an increase of 200K for the Office of Recovery?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to thank Chair Lee because initially you were going to put this into one of your priorities, and then when Managing Director came, he sort of solved this money part by this communication. So thanks very much for your support for this. All right, members, shall we vote? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So this is, who is missing is, Member Paulton is not here. Okay, so that would be 8 ayes, 1 excused. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Next page. Gabe has one on page 12. Okay, this is all Office of the Mayor. All right.
Chair,
Yes, you have one.
I have a replacement priority for management.
Okay, very good.
Okay, countywide, it's a new Budget Bill 14, Department of Management, increase Category B, Operations and Equipment by $300,000 for a comprehensive classification and compensation study for all bargaining units, starting with bargaining units 3, 4, and 13.
Oh, yes.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Member Cook, second by Member Kama. And this is the sheet that you were given yesterday, I think. It's a replacement of the,
Correct.
yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Any other discussion?
So, do I have a second?
Yes, Member Kama made your second.
Discussion?
Yes, please.
As we've discussed, I think that we need Department of Personnel Services and the unions, et cetera. We need a study to basically clarify and address the discrepancy in wages, and hopefully this will help distill that.
Okay. Member Kama, you have anything to add as a seconder?
I was looking for it, but it got lost in all this paperwork and online. But Jackie Kakakura came the other night to talk to us about that. And and I've had other calls too, and I'm thinking, I mean, these are people that are going to benefit from these raises, but they're saying, hold it, wait, pause, and do a study. And not just well, I heard somebody say 314, right? And 3, 4, and 13.
Oh, the union.
But also,
units.
while they did studies for the raises for, the Salary Commission did the study, I think the study has to also continue with the entire county. You know, that how does your raise impact my not getting a raise, or how does that impact everything on the bottom, right? And how big is the difference in that, and how do you arrive at that? You know, I think it was kind of shocking when last year, when Honolulu County got a raise, and their salary commission said, we're going to double it, and they doubled it, and, you know, had a little bit of pushback, but it was like, whoa, how does that get determined, right? And what are we using as a measuring stick or a tool? So that impressed me, her statement. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Madam Chair, I have questions for the proposer. Member Cook, do you know how so I support this initiative. Do you know how, did you talk to Department of Management and get direction on how the study would be done? Like, would it be an RFP, or if they have the capacity to, you know, like do that work, and then like, you know, potential timeline and stuff like that?
No.
Did you talk to the department? We'll start there.
No. This is more a funding and an instruction that we need it done, and hopefully they will get the message.
Okay. Anybody else? Member?
I wasn't done.
Oh, you're not done.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe this can be a revisit until like we, because like with everyone else, we want to make sure projects are shovel ready. And I do, I mean, it's not $25 million, but it's still money, and it is general fund, and we want to, have some level of certainty that this money will actually be used for this purpose. Like we discussed multiple times now, as Bill 49 has been an impetus of it, that, I think this is important and necessary, and I'm glad that the Department of Management did a compensation study for appointed and elected officials. And if folks did review that study, folks would see that what they studied was what other people got paid. And so in recognizing that the study does an analysis of what similarly situated positions get paid, then that should tell you how we should ensure similarly situated positions are paid so that everyone's not all stuck down getting paid less than competitive wages. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Cook?
I concur, don't want to tie up money if it's not going to be spent. And I also concur that we are in alignment with the intent to basically address from the bottom up and not just the top down as far as compensation. We can pass this. We can also have it pending some communication with the department that they will spend the money. I feel strongly that this needs to be raised to this level so that people understand that we do care. We are listening, both for the proposed wages and also the people that have felt left out. So I leave it to the body if they want to pass this now or if they have another suggestion.
Okay. Member Hodgins and then Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to support it now or later. But I was looking at Maui Now because I knew that the amount was posted somewhere. And according to Maui Now, the report prepared by MGT was at a cost of $42,760. So perhaps, I don't know, and that was only for X amount of people, right? These bargaining units are going to be a little bit larger, but I don't know what's the total cost, and it might be a good idea to get an accurate amount, but I do know that that's how much we put in for a study that we didn't end up using, but that one was $42,000 some odd dollars. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. That was basically what I was gonna say. Yeah, great minds think alike. With the 300,000, I think getting feedback on what the potential cost would be before taking the vote would be more prudent. That way, if we want to stick with this amount to give direction or more a clearer direction on where the study can focus on first, because this I don't know if 300,000 would be enough for all civil service employees, and I want this to be actionable and not performative. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay.
I concur, Chair. Can we
revisit?
Yeah.
With numbers, I guess, if you got to do homework.
Yeah. So
we'll come back to it. Okay,
so
very good.
I withdraw my motion.
Or you could, or yeah.
Whoever seconded.
Sure. Okay, you're going to withdraw.
Yeah.
And then we'll revisit.
And keep it on the table.
revisit. Member
Mahalo,
Johnson.
members.
What's our lunch plan?
As soon as we finish, I think this might be the last one, and then we'll go to lunch. It's
Okay,
already
just wondering.
almost 1. Okay, so you know what? Let's go to lunch, right? 1 o'clock. What time you guys want to come back? 2 o'clock?
I can come back at 2 o'clock, but I'll just be on my phone. I'll probably get home at about 2:30 after picking up my children, as we heard
Children.
people call it.
Okay. All right, so then you're going to look like Keani when she's on that plane and she's like this. Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez. It's 12:55 and then, yes.
Mahalo, Chair. I'm sorry, so I wanted to find out from Member Uhajens, like when would be a good time to break and return?
Oh,
I mean, we're gonna be here till late at night anyway. If we could maybe start at 2:30, then I'll probably be home, and then you guys don't have to stare at my nose as I drive.
everybody must be getting kind of tired.
Okay,
but good
mahalo.
fun. 2:30.
And Member Johnson gave me some almonds, so I could probably go like a little longer if you want.
Oh, he didn't share. Just kidding. Okay. All right. So we're going to recess for lunch and come back, yeah? And we'll pick up with members' priorities.
And
Yes.
so clarification on what time we're coming back, and also did you remove the
2:30.
motion on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
2:30. Is that okay? Is that
30 is fine with me.
2:30? Okay.